Oh shit. Crap. Okay. All right. Okay. Y'all guys hear me? Okay. All right. Okay. So, we need to talk about something. Sorry, I haven't been uploading much lately. I've been having a lot of stuff going on in my life recently, and I really haven't been able to upload. I really haven't had the ability to upload, or haven't been able to really talk about what's going on because it's been hard for me lately to get the ability to do it. So I really hadn't been knowing what's going on. Really, well, I mean, I still keep up to date, but like my stuff has been, well, my life has been complicated because my everything's been kind of turned upside down and been changed, and it's been difficult, and I really hadn't been able to get access to my content or my channels like I have, and including like Telegram and stuff. You know, I haven't been able to really keep up to date with stuff like that, like Bubba News and all that, all those other channels. I mean, bro, it's been kind of difficult lately. I probably can find see what's going on. I'm probably good at check Telegram to see what's happening, but yeah. Anyway, man, my health's been not great. I've been physically sick. I've been mentally not great. I've been getting a lot of headaches lately. I haven't really felt like doing much. Went to bed last night with a headache. Pray for me, guys. Really, man. I've been going through a lot of major spiritual warfare and hardships lately, and it's not been easy. You know, I think the closer we get to September, the more and more these things are going to ramp up and escalate, and they're going to get difficult. You know, but I really haven't felt like uploading. I hadn't had a lot to say recently, man. It's been kind of tough, you know. But I did want to talk about a couple of things. Okay, I've been watching the news lately, and I've been watching what's been going on, and I really do think that September is going to be the month of the rapture. I think that we're going to be out of here on the 23rd, 24th of September, probably more than likely Rosh Hashanah, Feast of Trumpets. I did, however, sit and think about the fact that if there's a September rapture, I don't know. You know, I just to spend some time. I've been spending a lot of time lately thinking and taking a step back and wondering. And you know, I've been really kind of trying to understand by putting stuff together with September. It could be September 23rd. A lot of people are saying it's going to come before Rosh Hashanah, but maybe. It could very well come on September 7th and 8th after, you know, we're supposed to have a blood moon. That's a very big sign, according to prophetic biblical standards. It says the sun will be dark and the moon will turn to blood. But there's a blood moon coming in Israel, in Jerusalem, very soon, and across the world. By the way, it's Labor Day weekend too, so you know I haven't uploaded much, but I've been thinking, and yeah, I don't, to be honest with y'all, man, I don't know if I could take much more of this world and being able to deal with it. It's been tough for me lately. It's been hard. It's not that I don't want to upload. It's just that I've just been kind of not in the mood to do it, and it's been difficult. I've also been having problems with my internet, my network signal, because it's been messed up in recent weeks, and I haven't really been able to use it. And now that it's been fixed, or now that stuff has happened to it, uh, I'm having a problem with my signal and my internet. Internet connection problems. I'm having a problem where I connect and then it drops, or I get it ready and then it disconnects, and not getting a good signal. Even with the Wi-Fi extender, or the ability to use to have the network covering from a larger area, I've been having a problem with the signal, and for some reason something keeps blocking my network. I don't know. We had people in our neighborhood the last couple of days digging holes in our yard, putting in AT&T fiber cables, so we didn't have internet for a couple of days, and I haven't really been able to do much. So, and I just been having some problems with the signal, and I got really annoyed because I was up last night trying to get my video I made a couple of days ago uploaded, and it took forever for me to get it uploaded, and wasn't having a good night last night. Well, not last night, but the night before. Stayed up till like 5 in the morning. Because I couldn't sleep because of what's going on in my life, and I was watching that. I was watching the Kanye West documentary. I liked that documentary because I found that thing very interesting. I find it relatable. And I didn't go to bed till 5 o'clock in the morning, and I kept having problems with the network, and I had to reconnect, and I had to keep reconnecting to get the video finally uploaded, and I finally got it uploaded around 4 or 5 a.m., but I had to keep coming back to reconnect to. I had to keep coming back to get the network reconnected every 5 minutes. To get this video uploaded. I'm thinking about going back to studying for CompTIA soon, so I don't know if I'm going to upload that much, but I don't know. That's what I'm planning on doing, but we'll see where things go in September, I guess. There's just been a lot of stuff going on. I don't know, so. There are a couple of big things that have happened recently that I wanted to discuss and I wanted to talk about. A lot of the Watchmen channels, a lot of people have been talking about this, but I really haven't thrown my hat into the ring, given my 2 cents on this. But we've had some really big things happen on like the last couple of days of August. I was looking at stuff last night. Apparently, New York Prepper, the guy that was, talking about stuff, he said that the U.S. is getting ready to go in any moment now to attack the Venezuelan cartels. There's also saying something about Russia going to war with France, and there was talks about 2026 and some other stuff about that. I've also really been looking into the prophetic timeline and what's to come. It says it has been said that the Who's put the Who put an agreement in for another pandemic preparation by 2027, and they're talking about. I was watching a video where a dude said he asked ChatGPT, and ChatGPT said there's a lot of stuff coming, but I think we're going to be out of here by this year. I do. I don't know if we're going to be here past 2026. Knowing what's going on with the world and Trump and the military, and I feel like Trump's going to cause an event or an emergency to bring in the National Guard, the military into Chicago. You have like an insurrection or something. A lot of the people, some people are saying that Trump might start an insurrection, or he might cause something to happen, and then we leave. When they say peace and safety, sudden destruction, right? Or people think there could be the world could get nuked, or it could get bombed in September. Which brings the Israeli war, which then brings them to be forced to sign that 7-year peace deal to get the temple. So, the Antichrist, he will bomb or kill or do something, maybe to the president or something, we don't know. Something like that. He'll nuke, or he'll start a war, which leads to the rapture, and coming up, and them coming up against Israel from all sides to get them to agree to a peace deal, knowing that they're all the people that come against Israel are destroyed, but it allows them to have a time of peace to go back and build the third temple. So somewhere along the way, that covenant is put into place. So they start a war, or they nuke the U.S., or something happens. The Antichrist, he brings, he gets his war, because it talks about how there's going to be war before there's before there's peace. Destruction comes before peace and safety, or when they call for peace and safety, destruction comes. Some kind of big event that leads to the rapture. We don't know, because that's when the woman travails and gives birth to the child, which is the world, because it's going through birth pains, and we leave. We escape. The world does not. The ones that aren't ready, they don't escape, but we do. So, somewhere along the way. So, some kind of sudden destruction comes. Whether that would be the Antichrist comes into Israel and he signs a covenant and then we're gone, which leads to tribulation, or we have a war and the world gets nuked, which starts World War III, which leads to, what some believe could happen in October, which is Russia, China, and other countries not being recognizable. There's a dude, and look, I'm not saying that he's, I'm not saying that he is a accurate source, but there's a dude named Wins. Dude's name is Brother Joshua. A lot of people are confirming that he actually got. There's this thing going around where a lot of people believe that he got confirmation from God in a dream 7 years ago. Came to him. Brought him up to see the future, and he says that God confirmed to him that September is the last time for the world to come to him, to repent, to accept Christ. that he said that he was shown that the rapture would occur on September 23rd and 24th, Rosh Hashanah, Feast of Trumpets, or uh, you know, around that time. He said the world's not going to be recognizable in 2026. He says that there's going to be a World Cup in 2026, but it will not happen. It will be canceled. Judgment and destruction will come upon the world, and then war will happen. There will be a war that will occur in 2026. Simpsons also predicted this, where Homer said, we're really going to need some last stand against World War China. So, and it said by 2030. So they're saying, 2026. He said the world's no longer recognizable by 2026. He said he was confirmed. He said God came to him and gave him a dream, and said that the rapture's in September, 23rd and 24th, or it is in September, around that time, and he said that it's going to be probably around the United Nations Conference for Peace and Safety, the two-state solution. He says when they go to divide Israel, it's the day that, and they go to do that covenant, it's a day that God is going to come and get his bride, come and get his people, and take them away. That's Feast of Trumpets is also the day no one knows a day or hour. There's people are saying there's trumpets blown on the Feast of Trumpets, which could be the last trumpet, and everything. There's also been countless people that have confirmed that September could be the rapture, and I'm not saying it is. We don't know. But it seems like now that August has passed, it's pretty accurate, and I've been seeing things all over the place lately, watching for September, that a lot of people are saying that they just believe it could be September, that they've been seeing a lot of confirmations and talks about that. Children have been having dreams about September, and so many people are just saying they think it's September, and they can't really deny anymore that the rapture's possibly in September. So many people a lot of them have even said that they think it's September 23rd and 24th. A lot of them have said that they've gone to God to confirm this, and he said that it's a possibility it could happen. We don't really know, but I'm just saying, and everything. The United Nations conference does happen to land on the 22nd. Trump is going. This is kind of interesting. And I'm saying that it's a possibility all this will rise around Trump, whether he's an antichrist or whether he is getting ready to bring in they're getting ready to bring in the antichrist, or they're setting it up, or Trump is a big factor in bringing in the future antichrist. And we don't know who he is, whether he's going to die or whether something's going to happen. The Minnesota shooting guy literally killed Donald Trump on his gun or his weapon, and a bunch of other stuff. Kill Israel. Free Palestine, all that stuff, divided. So he had a lot of stuff about, the dude that shot those people at that Catholic mass in Minnesota. But I've been doing some research, and I've been looking at it I think this is all going to revolve around Trump. I don't know. It's a really interesting what has occurred in the last couple of days. the gist of the matter is the gist of the matter is really when it comes to is that um, Trump's press secretary Caroline Leavitt has confirmed that he's going to the United Nations. He's going to address the United Nations on September 23rd. He is leaving to go to the United Nations on the 22nd. He's going to address the conference on the 23rd of September. It happened a couple days ago. And the fact that so many people are now saying that September 23rd and 24th, but they're, and there's been some confirmations from several people, and a lot of people are saying that that's happening. And now we get confirmation from, we get confirmation from his cabinet, from his people, from the ones he put in place. We get confirmation from the people that are running the Trump administration, right? It makes a lot of sense. But his secretary confirmed this 2 or 3 days ago. 2 or 3 days ago, I think, if I remember straight, that he's going to the United Nations on September 22nd of this year. Not to mention, we're supposed to have a blood moon on September 7th and 8th. And, look, I don't know, okay? It very well could be the rapture already happened and we're already in tribulation. But, things haven't been easy for me lately, that's for sure. My life has been hard. But, yeah. And not only that, but Donald Trump, and I have to get the image, but I'll show y'all the interview here if you haven't seen it. But the Donald Trump confirmed that confirmed on True Social, and a lot of people said this was a kind of a rumor or somebody ran with this. They put this on the internet back in 2017, and it was a thing called QAnon. I don't know what QAnon is, and it's apparently a hidden code thing that people would follow to get information, and showed Donald Trump holding up like a T and a Q, kind of having his hands up in the air, embracing God as Jesus, and basically proclaiming himself as Savior of the world. It says you cannot stop. You cannot stop. The world cannot stop what is coming. Whether he is going to introduce himself as an Antichrist, or whether he's setting the pieces in place for the Antichrist system and the Antichrist. Not to mention that actually the last couple of days too, Jared Kushner met with Mark Blair, in the White House, discussing about Gaza, and Jared is really interested in the Gaza waterfront. Not only that, he also they were discussing plans for Gaza and what they're going to do. Israel is, pretty much launching their plan to take over most of Gaza, which is Gideon's chariots. And the United States is looking like they're going to take over Gaza. At least that's what's that's what's been said about stuff. He said the United States is going to take over Gaza, the United States is going to take over Gaza in the Trump administration. So, Jared has a lot of things that they're working on behind the scenes that they don't tell people. CNN had an article where they met and Jared was talking about Gaza and the future of Gaza. The Palestinians and the Israelis. The thing about it was that they got a bunch of stuff happening right now, and the plan that they've got in place is probably going to take place on the 23rd of September. I'm not saying it is, but it's like the 22nd. Trump goes there. Also, there's rumors circulating around the internet. I had to bring this up. Donald Trump's dead, or he's been dead for several days. He's been missing. He hasn't, and his staff apparently are dead. They haven't posted in weeks, and stuff, or what else. Trump is missing, because a lot of people were talking about his health being bad. He was diagnosed with some kind of disease in his veins, his arteries. He was having trouble standing and couldn't move. A lot of people were talking about how he might be getting dementia because he's like 80 years old. One of the oldest presidents to take the White House. And Trump was missing. They said he hadn't been seen doing anything since, I think it was like 3 days ago, and everything. And nobody's been talking. He hasn't said anything since, that day that he had that cabinet meeting. And also, he signed those executive orders for the cashless bail, and, it's illegal to burn American flags. It's against the law. It's results to 1 year in jail. But it doesn't say anything about that. Trump was missing since he was done that stuff in the White House that day. Not only that, but also the meeting he had where he was talking about the migrants and the rest of the cities, and then he also was talking about signing some kind of executive order by the end of September, and he was addressing Chicago, I think, if I remember straight. But they said that he was in West Virginia golfing. So, yeah. And he's talking about how Trump had really bad health. He's had problems with his health. Even his people have come out and said he doesn't have great health. He's been diagnosed with some kind of disease. They're trying to, I don't know, it's like they're trying to keep people from knowing what's going on with him. So either they don't lose power or something happens. I don't know. And they're saying he's perfectly fine with his health and he's okay. But J.D. Vance came out and said that he's ready to take over if something happens to Trump. And he says the president or the commander-in-chief is fine. He's in perfectly good health. He's going to serve out the remainder of his term. And, hopefully he'll be okay. We're not really worried about the fact that he can't do what he has to do. But Vance said he's ready to take over if something happens. Not to mention if we even get to 2026, the midterms are coming up, so, I don't know what's going to happen there. But just a lot of stuff going on with Trump. He took someone's post from this place, and he put it up on his Truth Social page, and he's gone with the idea of where it says the world cannot stop what is coming, which is really freaky, to be honest. It means Trump is embracing the fact that he can do whatever he wants and has the power to do it. And no one can stop it. Hence biblical prophecy and Revelation, right? No, I'm not saying that's the case, but it does seem like it, you know. And the you know the 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 ability for him to do whatever he wants. It says the beast has the ability to change times and laws. So I don't know. We'll see where that goes. Uh, I don't know. You know, and whether he's going to do a complete utter takeover of the world with the military, or he's going to do something, or he's going to do cause an event to happen to take over the states, or Trump is preparing the world for what's coming, you know, or he's just not going to let anyone stop him from what he's doing, you know, including Chicago, you know, and he's gonna, you know, he's gonna be able to do whatever he wants. Probably that is whatever comes with September 23rd, or whatever comes with this meeting. We'll see. I don't know, but that should worry people. That should get them ready for the rapture. That should again bring them to God before it's too late, and that should tell them to be ready any day now. With the fact that they said that, you know, he said that, and that should give people a red flag and another warning that, you know, God's sending out signs that Trump could very well reveal himself pretty soon to the world as the beast or the Antichrist, or maybe in a sense the false Messiah, the false person. Not to mention the Jews have been saying that Trump could be their Messiah, the Messiah. So, or Messiah, whatever it is, however you pronounce that. So, it is a little freaky. He's already got the military deployed in 19 states. He's already got a lot of stuff happening. He's pretty determined to go into Chicago. Not to mention a couple days ago, the Chicago mayor signed an executive order to block Trump coming in with legal immigration. So there's a lot of holes here. There's a lot of things here that I wonder. Not to mention not to mention that Kim Fisher, and I like her channel a lot. She said that she had a dream or a vision where she said that Trump would walk up to a stage, would give a speech, people would clap for him, but they didn't know what they were clapping for, and that Trump could bring war upon the whole world. Trump could bring war, could start war among the world. He could bring war to the whole world. He's going to start war. He's going to bring some kind of sudden destruction when they say peace and safety, or something's going to happen. Which leads to the rapture, but which leads to the rapture, or, you know, or Trump's going to bring devastation like no other. It's gonna bring some kind of war, you know, um, civil war, insurrection, World War III. We don't know, some kind of war, but uh, the and then it said reset because the elites, they want to do this thing in the far future, or they want to try to do it where they want the Great Reset. They want Agenda 2030. They want a new world order. And I don't know if they're using Trump for that, or if, you know, they set everything up so he could be the savior of humanity. Basically like Jesus, you know. And that shooting back on July 13th, I've wondered, was it staged or planned for him to be shot in the ear to make it look like he survived and then came back and defied the odds like Jesus, you know, when he was resurrected, and he received a deadly wound like he was pierced like Jesus, and the you know, and survived, and now they think he's God. People think he's God, the Son of God, or they think he's God, or he's in a sense a messianic figure, right? A messianic figure, or someone that they look to as a God, or they look at as a God. Revelation 13, the beast received a fatal wound or deadly wound, and the wound was healed, and the people followed after the beast, and they said, who can wage war with who can be like the beast, who can wage war with it? So, you know, because very few people have been able to come up against Trump, and when they have, he's either fired them or he's gone after them. Like his former dude, John Bolton, they raided his house. They raided John Bolton's house a couple days ago and found something. So very few people have been able to defy Trump, much less go against him. And when they've tried, he's just overruled them, or just been able to go past them. You know, and stuff like that. Very few people have been able to challenge Trump. Especially with the immigration and crime and all that stuff, and you know, DC. But very few people have been able to wage war against Trump. Not even the courts have been able to stop him from doing most things. Now, some things, yes, but not even the courts or the judicial system has been able to stop him to a degree. I mean, I think they put a order on. I think they put an executive order on, or I think they put a block on Alligator Alcatraz, and I think then they also said his tariffs were illegal. It said a couple of days ago they said that Trump's tariffs are illegal. So, you know, it's something, but, you know, maybe the restrainer's still there. I do wonder nowadays. I do wonder in the last couple of days, the last couple of weeks, if the restrainer's still there. Maybe it's still there, but it's slowly being taken out of the way day by day, you know, or it's slowly being attacked, or they're trying to find a way to go against the restrainer. You know, they'll attack the restrainer or to get it out of the way. You know, the restrainer's still there, but, you know, it's the only thing holding back the things that are coming is the restrainer, but the people that have it to do. But I wonder about Trump. I don't think that he's on our side, much less is he on America. And I don't think he's a godly person. I don't think he's God's person. I think God's using him, but I don't think that he is of God, and he's putting things into place for what's coming. But I definitely think that he is probably a part of this plan or this system for something. But I was thinking last night, I was like, Donald Trump's, they've done so many things to attack this man and to ruin his life, and he's defied everything. So the only thing they got left was to try to kill him. But what if he actually beat death, and that was the last thing that would be able to happen? And what if, and what if that represents some kind of future thing, like him being a ruler or a messianic figure or some kind of king, a god to people, or they want to make him that way? What if they try to make it look like he managed to survive a shot to the head, and everything, and it was planned or staged, right? In a sense, when you look at it, because everything, he's been able to get through everything else. Not to mention, they won't tell you about Epstein. So, and what he has to do with the Epstein files. Some people think Trump's a pedo. He was with children. Some thinks Trump was on Epstein Island and involved with kids. Trump's considered a pedophile. He was with children or some substance information. But we don't know. But see, they won't tell you about Epstein, and they're trying to. It's a possibility they're trying to do whatever they can to get away from it, but people want them to release the Epstein files. And he's not. And I didn't know all this stuff. I know now about Trump before Epstein, but there's a lot of interesting things, happening with what's going on. Some people are even saying Trump's dying because he's in bad health, because he doesn't take care of himself, and what he eats is not healthy. Okay, for 80 years old, but I don't know. And he's not in good health. He could die. A lot of people are saying he could die or something could happen to him. He's not going to live long, because he's not in the best of shape, not in the best of health at 80 years old. I don't know. And some people say the Simpsons have predicted Trump's death, or with him in a coffin way back a couple of days ago, whether that would have been them trying to assassinate him, or Trump he dies, and everything. Simpsons predicted Trump's death because it showed Trump laying in a coffin in one of the things. Some people say that was actually photoshopped or fabricated, but some people say the Simpsons predicted Trump in a coffin. Some people have also said that it showed an episode of Trump in the hospital on a ventilator, supposedly dying, or something happening to him. So, but the thing of it is that he's either the beast or he's setting up stuff for the coming beast system and the Antichrist. So, and when you look at it, you do have to admit he's in really good condition for 80. He's in really good condition for 80. years old to be president, and whether he's being used by God for something, or whether he is just, or whether God let him, or whether he won the election and God let it or God let it happen that he got into office, and Trump is, the man of lawlessness. He is indwelled by he's indwelled by Satan. He's perdition, right? We don't know, but he's in really good. He's in a really good play. Really, he seems to be have a lot of energy, and seems to be in a really good state for his age, for 80. You have to admit. I don't think so, because it says that I don't think Trump's Antichrist, because it says that the Antichrist does not do what Trump does. He doesn't support Christian faith. He also doesn't. He also does not. He also does not outright affirm Jesus and stuff. Trump has done a lot of that in his second term. He has a faith office in the White House, whether that's anything really. Paula White is behind Trump's faith office. I don't necessarily like her, but Trump he doesn't deny Christ exists, and that he's, a lot of things, right? And he's a very big advocate of supporting Christianity and believers, even if he isn't necessarily a godly person. Now, that could be him using that to his benefit, but Trump claims to have faith in Christ, and no one knows his true beliefs, but people have said that when they met with him that he actually seems to be genuine. I mean, he seems to be pretty real, so I'm not sure, but you can't be a person in Christ and be the Antichrist, because the Antichrist denies everything God stands for, blasphemies him, attacks him, and does whatever he can to do, doesn't even like God, denies the Son of God, and makes his own way of doing things. That's exactly what it says he'll do. And he doesn't support regular. He doesn't support the values of the way things work. He says he doesn't support. He denies the stuff of his fathers and and women. He doesn't. The Antichrist also doesn't like women. He's not for a. He's. That means that they say he's either gay or he's or he doesn't. He has a lack of interest in women. And Trump, we know he's a playboy, so that can't be a factor. We know. Donald has a history of. Anyway, go watch the documentary on him. But I'm not saying that's the case. But does it say that the Antichrist will? Does it say the Antichrist has to not be? Does it say the Antichrist does not? Does it say does he has to not favor women to really be that person? Not really, but it says he has no interest in women. He cares more about power and control and ruling the world than really chasing, whatchamacallit. But yeah, it's just something, So people assume he has to be gay because he doesn't like women, or he's transgender, or he's not great about his sexuality. In other words, the Antichrist is not really what people assume he is. he has a problem with this gender. He doesn't like females, or he's and he's a male, but then he wants to be a woman. Some people say Jared Kushner because the dude chose to vote as a woman. Look, I'm not saying it's the case, but and Trump's married to Melania. I don't think he's an antichrist. He doesn't deny God. The antichrist denies God. He blasphemes him. He hates him. He tries to go after his people and persecute them, including the Jews. And he, in my personal opinion, he destroys the Bible. He destroys the Bible and he tears it up. I mean, if you watch Left Behind, the old Kirk Cameron Left Behind movies, whatever, the Antichrist tries to destroy the Bibles. He puts a virus or he infects the Bibles with some kind of disease. And this is, I think it's World of War. Maybe, I think it's World of War. I think it is. It's either Tribulation Force or World of War. And he infects the Bibles. They get sick. It's like he's trying to destroy the Bibles. He doesn't like God or Christianity or believers. He gets angry at the mention of God. In the in the movie, one of the characters shows up in his office. His office or in this big room. Because he's, he's invisible. They can't see him. The guards can't see him. The GC, and everything. Or I think they're like United Nations people, personally, if you ask me. But anyway, the guards, cannot see him. He gets into the elevator. He comes upstairs. He somehow gets inside. And then when he tells them that he's joined the other side, he gets angry and doesn't like to hear anything. He doesn't like to hear anything or nothing mentioned about Christ or nothing. That there's someone above him. That's Satan. Satan didn't want any other thing above him. He wanted to put himself above God. So anytime he hears a mention of Christ in the movie, it makes him mad. It makes him angry. Because Satan is a demon, if you really think about it. He's a demon. It just doesn't really look like it in person, because he doesn't come to you with a red horns and a tail. He comes to you with other things. But, Dan, Satan's a demon. He's really a demon in disguise, and everything. He's a fallen angel that turned into a demon, that had other angels follow him into hell. You really think about it, right? He don't like the mention of anything to do with God, and everything. The Bible, the Jews, he hates them, bro. So, it makes a lot of sense. So, the fact that, and maybe Donald Trump doesn't like people to mention God above him, and I said that could be something that I could see. Anyone that puts God above Trump or takes the spotlight off of him and puts it on something else, that makes him upset, because he likes the attention, he craves the attention, the spotlight. Anytime he can make himself be big and large for anything, he loves to do stuff to get attention, to make himself be big. He loves to put stuff out there on social media to be trendy, to make himself be huge. But Trump's never denied God. He's never denied Christ. Even if he is not a godly person, and even if he is not really a true believer or a Christian, he's not born again, he's not saved, and everything. Or he's denied the fact that he doesn't really need God. I mean, I think he said at one point, I don't really need forgiveness, and everything. or and stuff. So like and stuff. So he has an interesting background, and everything. But throughout Trump's presidency, he's never not outright denied or not ever just not ever outright or denied Christ's existence. He knows he's real, and he knows he exists. But Trump loves to put stuff on himself. He loves to put stuff on himself as some kind of like high figure. I don't know if Trump tries to look. I don't know if Trump likes the ability to embrace himself as a god, or as like Christ, or he thinks of himself as a god, because people sure do give him a lot of attention to a point that now he feels like he's been elevated to God status, or or a god, a godly figure. He now thinks that he's got such a big fan base. He built himself up with the Republican Party and the conservatives to a point that now Trump feels like he has like a god complex, and he can do whatever he wants, and and so many people back him. But I don't know for sure, but I know that he's never outright denied Christ, or it doesn't make him angry when people want to like pray, or they want to do something involving those types of things. He's open for that. Not to mention that he's like, I don't know why you would put it like a faith office and you do all this stuff. Some people say it has to do with the papacy, which is the Roman Catholic Church, and there's also something about them wanting to put that something about them wanting to put into place or law, could be after the rapture or could be in the future, where Sundays, where you have to go to church on Sundays. It's a law, separating church from state, right? Merging church and state together. I'm sorry. You have church and state. Church and state is separate right now, but people have been talking about how they want to. Trump administration wants to merge church and state together, make Sundays a law, right? And stuff. The papacy, stuff like that. Project 2025, which is something people have still been mentioning. But see, I don't know. Donald's not a person of the Trump administration, especially Donald. Donald's not a person that denies faith. He actually uses it to his advantage, and God and Christ, and Christianity. Trump doesn't outright deny it or remove it or get rid of it. He doesn't he doesn't take it away. He embraces it in a way that he uses it as like a power grab or some kind of something to get to get stuff. Some people call that Christian nationalism. Okay, using the laws and God's stuff in the Bible and all sorts of stuff to create your own, future and world. That's not really like under Christ, but using the Bible and Christianity and religion to maybe enslave humanity. I don't know, like they did in the ancient times, like in the years prior, when Jesus was on the earth, right? The Romans and all that. Says the Antichrist comes from a forgotten Roman Empire. He could be like Nero, right? And how Nero was one of the most brutal rulers, and yet he killed a lot of people for not following his laws, for not doing what he wanted. But Nero used the he used all that stuff to enslave humanity, to control them, right? Through those different laws. And, the Romans had an interesting way of running the laws, and a lot of people are saying Trump has pretty much embraced Christianity and God and Christ and all these things to his advantage, to power grab, to control, to get a stranglehold on the Republican Party and the conservative voters, and to use it to his advantage to not only get back the White House, but to remain in power, to control the world through his way of doing things, right? By using Christianity as a way to gain votes, right? Because someone said a while back, Trump said a while back, and I didn't really take this very seriously then. I didn't, comes to right, and stuff. And I guess I probably should have. He said, Christians get out and vote. Christians get out and vote. You don't have to do it again 4 more years. It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You don't have to vote again. My beautiful Christians, I'm a Christian, right? And stuff. Whatever that meant. Either it meant, we'll have 4 more years, or Trump will still be in office. He'll still be in power, Meaning he's going to take away elections. People aren't going to be able to vote, or or he's not going to let, he's not going to let people, he's not going to let there be another free election, right? And stuff, in a sense. I think I read somewhere the other day too that Trump says he's gonna sign an executive order for voter ID. Okay, and I don't see how you can do that yet until the rapture happens, or stuff, because that's not going to happen until maybe the end of September. Maybe that's what he wants to do. I don't know, but yeah, he said that. He said you vote for you want to vote 4 more years, and stuff like that. So look, I don't know. He wants to build a ballroom in the White House. I know that for a fact. He's planning to either stay in the White House in office, or he's gearing up for the future. And not only that, but Trump is he's it seems like he's making plans to stay in power, or to do something to stay in power. Maybe with the military. I don't know. And the thing is, like, when you look at it, he's got so many plans and so many things he wants to do. You don't even know, right? I mean, when you look at it, he's already got plans to build a future empire. Almost to an extent like, Nazi Germany, or Hitler. They've got his face on posters all around DC. I don't know, but he's talked about, he made so many plans back in January. Like, he talked about building a Golden Dome defense shield by 2028. Or, well, he says he wants maybe build this by 2029, but, so it's like, it's just interesting, and it's like Trump's not getting rid of Christianity, he's using it as a weapon and as a way to, he's using it as a weapon and a way to get people to follow him, to use to gain an advantage, to make himself have make himself above something, or in a sense, make himself a king or a god. He's using Christianity and his followers as a way to gain a platform or to gain a thing where he can do whatever he wants. I don't know. It seems like that to me. He's weaponizing Christianity and religion, and this very well could get taken down. It wouldn't surprise me. He's weaponizing Christianity to use as a weapon to do what he wants. In a way, he's weaponizing Christianity by looking like he wants to change the way things are run in America. I don't know. By using that. By saying, oh, okay, we're going to follow the Bible and the fact that there should be law and order, that God's against lawlessness, but we're going to bring in law and order, but we're going to use it for power grabbing. We're going to use it to control and stop crime. Yes, God's against the idea of lawlessness. He says that, those who practice lawlessness, I never knew you, right? But, when you look at it, it's like he's weaponizing law and order, and everything, right? In a sense, like they're using the Bible, or they're using Christianity, or they're using religion. They're using God to weaponize people, the world, maybe even, certain aspects, right? And stuff. And I don't know if it's Trump necessarily doing this or his administration, the people that he has in charge. But, it's like, I wonder, because it's freaky. It's freaky, and it's interesting, to say the slightest, because I don't know. I really don't know, to tell you the truth, man. And either the rapture's already happened, or like the Bible said this would happen, and if people don't believe we're living in prophetic times, especially in prophetic end times, like, you need to open up your eyes. You need to see that, we're living in the times of Revelation, reading up to Revelation. We're living in the times that could very well lead up to the beast system and the Antichrist. We're living in the times where we've got someone in power that literally thinks he can do whatever he wants and get away with it. And as long as I have, an emergency or something that I can put in place, I can do whatever I want. Okay? And that should send red flags off to people. Okay? And everything, right? As long as I can create a national emergency, I can keep the National Guard there however I want. However long I want. And then I can take it to other cities if I do something. In other words, if I create a national emergency, or I declare an emergency, or I mention, I can talk, I do something like, there's some kind of, thing that has happened. I can bring the National Guard, like, that shooting in Minnesota. What if they used the shooting in Minnesota as an excuse to bring the National Guard into Chicago? I'm not saying that, but like, I trust God, I do, but like, there is some interesting stuff happening, but if we're not living in prophetic end times, the times of what I believe is the beast system, right, or the Antichrist, I don't know, right? Said most people would not see the Antichrist with the rapture, but we're seeing some really interesting stuff take place right in front of us in America. You can't deny that. Some people will call it. Some people call Trump a fascist. Some people call Trump a fascist. Call him a dictator, a ruler, comparing him to Hitler. So it's not good. right? I never thought I would see this ever in my lifetime. I never thought I would ever see this happen in my lifetime. Not to mention, I think I heard something about Kentucky being under lockdown. So yeah, my 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 best friend I knew, he lives in Henderson. You know, thing is, he was an avid supporter of Trump, and now that I've had enough time to like see it, I don't know, man. It's just like, if the rapture doesn't occur in September, I'm gonna go crazy. I have a feeling I'm gonna lose my mind and go insane. I think I will. You know, I don't know if I can deal with this world much longer. I don't know if I can wait. I'm not doing. Things aren't going well for me, and the world feels like it's getting more difficult for me. So yeah, I mean, in a sense, I mean, I just never thought I would see in my lifetime something like straight out of Hunger Games, where it's like we have a tyrannical leader running the world. We do, kind of like Snow, where it's like, and if people remember what happened in Hunger Games, Snow weaponized the military in Hunger Games to control people, to keep them in line, to keep the peace, to do what they wanted. He weaponized peacekeepers. He did. People, this group of people walking around carrying guns, kept the citizens in line, kept the citizens of Pan Am and certain people in line. I'm telling you, man. Were they hinting and warning about Trump years ago? I don't know. But Suzanne Collins, she was a very big advocate of the Hunger Games series, and she really had a lot to say about Trump. Look, I'm not saying it's the case, but the movies, in a sense, right, talked about a very dark dystopian future where people were controlled through means of peace, but means through peace, but controlling them through means of peace through power and opposition by using soldiers or the military or peacekeepers with guns. This group in Hunger Games to control the masses, to keep them in line. And the peacekeepers would be guarding around the area, so that they couldn't escape or leave, or like they would be guarding it, keep the citizens in line at Pan Am, right? And they were like, it was a very poor country, right? Pan Am, and it looked like military soldiers or National Guard or things watching the in Hunger Games. But I never thought in my life I would ever see us living out a Hunger Games novel. But like it just feels like that to me. Like it's freaky almost to a point where I've thought about that. Like I've looked at the military being in cities like the like the peacekeepers in Hunger Games. Maybe not that far, but the fact that they're now carrying weapons in DC, it's just, I don't know, man. And there's been talks about how they want to put United Nations peacekeepers in Gaza for 2030 and have them guard Gaza so they can rebuild. It's Gaza 2030. I just, and it's just, it bothers me that, you think it's okay for you to have the military walk around DC with weapons. They're now armed with guns, right, and stuff. that gives me Hunger Games vibes, okay, and stuff. And what even more interesting is, I'm afraid that if this happens, people are going to try to revolt and protest and fight back. It's going to end up being a civil war, or it's going to be where they're shot and killed for what they did. If anybody remembers what Snow did in Hunger Games, remember what happened to the dude that tried to fight against the Peacekeeper? They took him on stage. They made him an example of everyone in that. They made him an example of everything in front of people. He took out a gun and he shot the dude in the head with a pistol. He did. This was Catching Fire, if I believe straight. He took the pistol out. Shot the dude on this. Shot the dude on stage. Made an example of him in front of everyone. Kind of like The Last of Us. Telling you, man. See, the elites, the people that run the world, man, they don't like us, and it's like they've been planning this stuff for years. They have, and when you look at it, it's just, it's there. It's true. The Last of Us is a game way ahead of its time, and I really love the Last of Us games, but The Last of Us was a game way ahead of its time. It came out in 2013, and it talked about a massive pandemic or outbreak. What was it? The cordyceps virus, the spores virus, a virus that ended up getting in the air, and well, everybody turned into this ugly, looking disease-ridden things. They turned into disease-ridden things. So I'm like zombies, or kind of in a sense, but they turned into these cordyceps, okay? And if people breathed in these spores, they suffered. Breathing in these spores. That's why they had to wear masks or gas masks. See, when it came to it, and breathing these spores, they would suffocate and die, or they would turn into these cordyceps creatures. Okay, and the interesting things was in 2013, this game came out for PS3. It's way ahead of its time if you look at it, right? This is before we even knew what COVID-19 was, or even you could even say that this is before this pandemic happened, which I think the pandemic was planned, but that's just me. And stuff. And everything, or before COVID, or before this respiratory virus hit the world, right? And this came out in 2013. The Last of Us came out in 2013, and it was it was a game that was way ahead of its time, including story-wise. Let's see, 2013. It came out originally in 2013 for the PS3, and it was one of Naughty Dog's masterpieces, and it still is to this day. And the gist of the story is that the virus spread across the whole United States. And there's a breaking news story that comes on in the game when you start the campaign or the story for Last of Us. It says, the CDC and some other places talked about this. Breaking the virus is spread across the whole, most of the United States, right? And it talks about the fireflies and the hunters. Kind of interesting how, if you go back to 2020, you had Antifa and you had Proud Boys, right? Or you had these groups that was fighting the systematic pandemic, right? Or certain things. And it talks about how there's a big revolt and destruction, and all this chaos, and this big fight going on, and it was basically the fireflies and the hunters fighting back against the soldiers that were controlling these places. And in The Last of Us, the soldiers were at like these checkpoints in these places, right? Soldiers. We don't know if they were military or if they were from some other place, but there was curfews. Curfews happened in the game. Anyway, what am I trying to get at? The game goes that like basically there's a virus spreads across the United States. People are dead. Most of the population's wiped out. They've either all gotten killed by the virus, they've suffocated, or they've turned into cordyceps. And and these cordyceps like creatures. And it's this big event. And the only two people remaining alive left are Ellie and Joel, and everything. And they travel across most of the United States in the game, and it's this barren, apocalyptic wasteland where there's no one left hardly. You got to scavenge for supplies. You got to do all that stuff, and you have to fight these different groups. It's the fireflies, the hunters, and sometimes you also have to fight the soldiers, and everything. Anyway, what ends up happening is, in the game, and stuff, the, Joel, years later, after wakes up in this big city, and he's in this apartment or in this place with Tess. I assume either it's his girlfriend, or she's his girlfriend, or they're together. It never really explained that very well, even in the TV show. It didn't, if you look at it, right, and stuff. However, it did explain why. It did explain a lot of stuff that wasn't in the game and the show. About Ellie, but yeah. And I'm not like, I watched Last of Us. I watched Last of Us season 2, the TV show. I didn't like it that much, not compared to the first one. But anyway, there's been talks about them making a third Last of Us, but I don't look. But anyway, the first game is way ahead of its time because it's just unique, and some people say it's probably the best game. They probably say it's probably one of the best. People even say that The Last of Us, the first one, is the best one in the series, and it's a masterpiece. Okay, by Neil Druckmann and the rest of the. But it's one of Sony's masterpieces made by Naughty Dog. So, look, a PlayStation. Anyway, what ended up happening is Joel wakes up in his city. They're together, and this city is surrounded by soldiers. Surrounded by soldiers from all places. You walking through the city, you can't get anywhere. There's also a tank in the city, and you can't get anywhere without clearance or doing something. You could say it's kind of like Left Behind, where they kind of have to go through these people to get to certain places in the books, right? They call it the global community, and you have to kind of you have to go through these soldiers that run, they basically check you. And if you're not, and if you're shady or something's going on, they will take you prisoner and they will question you. What's going on? Okay. In a sense, they're guarding the different areas, with stuff, right? and stuff around them places. So they kind of have to go through these places to get to certain areas, to fly or to do certain things, right? So what ended up happening is the whole city is surrounded by soldiers. It is, and everything. And they're living in this apartment. And in order to get to certain places around the city, they have to go to these soldiers. They have to give them their identification, or let's say their driver's license or an ID. They have to tell them where they're going to go, or they have to like present some form of stuff to let them pass, okay, and everything. Or, they're checked wherever they go, basically. You could say, I don't know, okay, basically is what I'm trying to say. And there's, and there's actually, people missed it, but there's a hidden thing in the game where when you're walking through the city, there's people lined up behind like a building, and they got guns to their heads, rifles or whatnot, right? And they're starving. They don't have any food, no water, and everything. They're lining up for rations, okay, when it comes to, right? And they're talking about how the last bit of rations have run out, right? There's no food left, and they've basically, it talks about them being cut off from resources and rations. You could say like in the apocalypse, man, right? Revelation, in a sense. Well, not saying it's the case, but a very dark dystopian future, and they're trying to get the rations, food to survive, because, well, the city's poor, people barely have any food or water, and it looks like it's run down and controlled, right, And not only that, but then the virus hits. The people are being lined up to be checked for the virus. One of them tries to run away. He gets shot to avoid being checked, for the virus, or being infected, basically. And yeah, and in the game, they're killing soldiers to get to survive, basically, in a sense, okay? And you can't get anywhere in the city without going past these soldiers, okay? And they're going to Joel and Tess are going to find Robert, because Robert stole weapons from Robert has the weapons that they need, and stuff happens. And so, like, it's like this dystopian city that's controlled after a virus breaks out, and then the military, the soldiers, pretty much control the whole city, and they control the citizens, and they're under lockdown. They're under martial law or something, right? They're under control of something, like, well, COVID-19, right? If you really want to get specific, okay, and it's really interesting because they're trying to escape the city with the soldiers guarding it, and it's impossible to escape the city with all the soldiers guarding it. You have to fight these soldiers. In a sense, you have to kill them, when it comes to it, right? And you have to smuggle Ellie out of the city. And it's this little girl who doesn't know anything about anything, okay? She's young. She's spent her whole life in the city. She doesn't know anything outside of the city. She doesn't know anyone, except maybe the people she was around. And, and Marlene tells Joel to smuggle Ellie outside the city and get her away because like she's been shot or she's dying basically or something, or something's happening. And so, well, she's not dying, but she's just saying that if you do me a favor, I'll give you the weapons, and everything. And stuff happens to where Joel, uh, Joel, doesn't like her at first because Joel's kind of a solo person. He's survived on his own most of his life, and he finds her kind of annoying. They kind of form a relationship and a bond because Joel loses his daughter. If people don't know, if you've never seen this show or even played the game, Joel loses his daughter, and everything because there's a soldier. They're trying to escape. Actually, the game starts where Sarah wakes up, gets a call from Uncle Tommy. There's a massive explosion that hits the city, like a bomb or a nuke, something. I don't know. There's an explosion outside the city, or something happens, and then you see helicopters and all sorts of stuff out of the city. But she wakes up to like this big explosion, and she's scared and she's freaked out, and you can go into the house and find this newspaper and it talks about stuff. Basically, Joel's gone. She goes downstairs to find a very scared and worried Joel because he comes back into the house through through this window, freaked out, not knowing what's going on. They're getting packed up and ready to go and try to leave the city. And they live in Boston or some kind of state. I forgot where it is. And it's just this massive, like crazy chaos, explosion, freak out. People are running everywhere. People are running like crazy. There's things trying to kill and eat people. There's massive, there's cars crashing into each other, bro. It's basically the ending. Yeah. So in a sense, stuff is on fire. You, along with the rest of the people, are running with Sarah. And Joel's freaked out. He don't want to. The neighbor goes insane. He doesn't know what's going on with the neighbor. He pulls out a pistol. He pulls out a revolver, a pistol. Doesn't want to have to shoot them, but they have to get close. Talks about the neighbors being sick, and everything and stuff. And Sarah's like, "What's going on?" And Sarah's like, "Sarah, we got to get out of here. You got to get out of here," and stuff. And Uncle Tommy shows up to the door. And they get in the car and they're riding down the road, and like their neighbor's farm is on fire and some other stuff, and just the whole city just goes into chaos. And as they're riding out, like, it comes to it, they're driving down the highway, or they're driving down this road, and another car crashes into them. Breaks the window, and they've got to get out of the vehicle, and then they're running down the road, to get away. And it's you, Sarah, and Uncle Tommy. Uncle Tommy holds off the rest of the people. You go through like a back area to get through. He basically disappears. You don't see him again. So you can escape, and as you're escaping and trying to get away, and you're running down this road, you get to a point where you're holding Sarah, and there's and there's a soldier there, and he points a gun at Joel and says, stop right there, and what's going on? He says, we're not sick, and everything, just, he's just basically doesn't know what to do. He throws Sarah down like a ravine or a hill, and to save her, and he says, buddy, we just been through hell, and stuff, and he shoots the soldier. He actually fires his weapon off like it's crazy. Sarah ends up getting shot. It's probably one of the most terrible, horrible scenes. I mean, it's probably the worst. I mean, it's brutal. She ends up getting shot. She dies in his arms. He loses his daughter. So when he finds Ellie, he kind of develops that bond or that relationship with her. At first, he doesn't like her. And they're the last two people on Earth, basically. Well, sort of to a degree. There ain't very many people left. They travel across the United States. The whole world's just gone. It's just basically just barren. Okay? Except for the three groups. Except for the two groups that they have to face after they get away from the soldiers. And that is the Fireflies and the Hunters. The Fireflies are like the military, and the Hunters are like this ravenous group of people who are, kind of the last of civilization, basically, is what you could say it is. Okay? The Hunters are the ravenous people. Basically, the modern day citizens, I guess you could say, that are fighting to stay alive, to be able to survive in this thing they're in. And the Hunters are the military. They're like military groups. They wear dog tags. They wear these tags that represent stuff. And I say like the Hunters are coming. It's like the Fireflies are kind of like the military, where they wear these pendants. So, but like it's just, yeah, it's like a dog eat dog world to survive in Last of Us, to remain alive, to survive through stuff, basically, and the whole world's just going to hell. That's basically what and everything, and after you escape the soldiers, well, you're on your own in this barren wasteland to survive, and it's Ellie and Joel, and yeah, it's just the world's gone to hell and it's ended. So, and it's after the virus hit, and the whole just a virus or whatever came, and the whole world's just nothing's left. It's just gone to hell, and it's an outbreak, and the only way to stop it is with Ellie. But anyway, the Last of Us is a masterpiece. It's like way ahead of its time. I don't know. I've been watching a lot of post-apocalyptic movies lately, because I do believe we are living in the end times. We are living in the prophetic, man. Movies like the Left Behind series and Hunger Games, a lot of these, man. we are living in the beginning of birth pains, that stuff. If it's not this year, we definitely have 2 more years, that's for sure. The WHO group, the WHO, the Donald Trump actually pulled the U.S. out of the WHO agreement, but the WHO have signed some kind of thing into place. I think it was back in June, maybe June or July, where they saying that they're preparing for another pandemic by 2027, maybe 2028. I don't know, but they're talking about a pandemic, a WHO pandemic agreement by 2027. Pretty interesting, you have to admit. And there's talks about it, if AI knows the future, pretty freaky. So ChatGPT seems to know stuff, because it says that I was watching a video from some stuff, but ChatGPT seems to know like an increase in apocalyptic times, okay, and stuff. But it's like, I don't know. Is Trump the Antichrist? I don't think so. I don't know why Trump would try to stop what was coming with Palestine and the two-state solution, because yesterday it was said that Trump denied the visa of Mohammed Abbas, one of the biggest leaders, to come to the United Nations conference, and they can't vote. It's going to be very hard for them to vote with him not there. But it's talking about how they want to recognize a Palestinian state by September. But it's going to be hard for him to be there without a visa, because you either need a passport or you need a visa to come into the U.S., especially if you're from another country that's not America. If you're not a legal U.S. citizen, you have to have some kind of identification or some kind of papers. You have to have papers, man. You do, in a sense, right? You can't get past certain places with papers. So, and stuff. But you have to have some sort of something to prove that you're able to be in the U.S., right? And I'm not sure if that means you need, I'm not sure. But if you're from another country and you're not a legal U.S. citizen, you're technically an illegal. And, with Trump, he's against illegals, right? Trump's against illegals. You're not going to come into the country unless you're legally a United States citizen. I mean, he's basically going after illegals to get them out of the country, supposedly. Okay? But you have to have legal citizenship. You have to have a passport. You have to have something. You have to have a visa. Usually, most people have visas. They have to have they have a visa to be able to enter into the country. Okay. Mohammed Abbas, I think he's from Syria. He's not from he's from the Middle East. He's not a U.S. citizen. So, in order to come to New York, for the United Nations conference, you have to have you have to have some kind of stuff to enter into the U.S. and the visa. New York is in America. New York is in the United States. Okay? You can't go to New York Well, I mean, it used to be like that, where people could just come. There was a lot of different types of, well, backgrounds and people and different individuals in New York City. I know New York City is full of different races. We know that for a fact. Since I went there in 2014, and I saw, and there was a ton of different people. There was a ton of different, well, there was a ton of different backgrounds and races and ethnicities, in New York City. It's a very diverse group of people, and everything. But that was before, Trump was the president. But the what am I trying to say? If Donald Trump is an antichrist, why would he vote against one of the big leaders from the Middle East coming to the United Nations conference on the 23rd of September? Why would he block him from coming to New York to vote on this? This call. Why would it to vote on this decision for Palestine, right? Unless there's something else going on with this, it's very fishy indeed, right? And I don't know, man. Seems to me like Trump is against he's against the Agenda 2030 and the plan they're putting in place. He's against a Palestinian state, right? He's not for the dividing of Israel and recognized Palestinian state. I think a while back when they did something in June, I think that the United States was the only country that chose not to recognize a Palestinian state, and Trump says he's a pro-Israeli president. Trump says he supports Israel and Jews. Him and Bibi have a really good. Him and Bibi are on really good terms. Him and Bibi have a really good stand and relationship. Him and Bibi Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, they have a really good good ground, Trump also claims that he's probably one of the best presidents for Israel, and not only that, he's a very pro-Israeli president. Trump supports Israel, so he's behind the idea of taking Gaza. He's behind the idea of taking all of Gaza, the Gaza Strip, with Israel. Trump administration wants to take Gaza. However, I don't think that other people want that, including maybe But anyway, yeah. If you're gonna vote, if you're gonna be there on the 23rd of September, unless something happens to him in the meantime, if you're going to be there on the 23rd of September to address the United Nations, and you're going to be involved with this, why would you revoke a visa to one of the big Middle Eastern leaders, you know, right before that day happens. And then it's going to get interesting, to say the slightest, what will come out of that. But why would you deny a visa if you're going to be the one behind addressing the United Nations with this issue on the 23rd of September? You know, if you're going to be involved with this. If you're going to be involved with the New York United Nations conference in New York City with a possible recognition of a Palestinian state in September, yet your yet you are what am I trying to say? You're stopping one of the big leaders from coming to the conference. You're stopping from one of the big people behind it. You're stopping one of the big people involved with it from coming by revoking the visa or denying a visa. You're keeping him out of this meeting. That doesn't mean it won't happen, but that doesn't mean that they still won't divide Israel, or they won't do something by September. But it is kind of interesting how Trump has voted, or how Trump has pretty much decided to deny the visa of this dude right before that meeting in September. All right, you know, I feel like that's going to anger a lot of people. Maybe try to make them kill him, or he's going to end up dead before he can really go to New York. Okay, or you know, New York City is going to get bombed and he's going to die. Like they're going to kill him, and then out of that's going to come the United Nations leader. Look, I'm not saying that's the case, or going to come the leader that's going to promise people, you know, promise the future to fix everything, right? The Antichrist. But yeah, I don't think that's going to make a lot of people happy in the elites. Okay, you know, I think they're gonna piss them off. Trump's already done a lot of stuff to piss a lot of countries off, but yeah, it's going to a lot of big groups off. But they're going to piss off the elites to where they're going to try to kill him come September, or something's going to happen. They're going to get rid of him so that they can get this done, or they can bring this person onto the stage, you know, and everything, or something. But they're not gonna go with that. You know, they're gonna get rid of him, and then they're gonna bring in all the leaders, all the big world leaders, and you know, they're gonna get. I'm thinking they're gonna get rid of him, and then they're going to bring all the world leaders onto the stage to do this covenant, and that very well could. Once he's gone, that could lead to the rapture, or you know, the covenant that's signed that night. But they're going to get rid of him because, you know, they're eventually going to recognize a Palestinian state, and they're going to divide Israel. But they've got to get all the world leaders together. The 10 kings that the Antichrist gives power to. The 10 kings have to come into the fray. There have to be 10 kings that give their power to the Antichrist. Or the 10 kings where he gives power to these people for 1 hour. And then I believe America's destroyed. I think 1 hour, He gives these people that really aren't anything. He gives the beast or the Antichrist gives power to these 10 kings for 1 hour. They're coming. I feel like they're gonna get rid of Trump, maybe because he's a problem with what he's doing or the things he maybe wants to do. Okay, maybe. I'm not saying that's the case, but things he wants to do. Okay, and Trump's kind of a thorn in their side, or he's kind of a problem for them, trying to get this conference together to work out the Palestinian thing in September, and they can't do it when he's stopping people from coming into New York. Okay, they can't do it. They can't bring all these leaders in to vote on Palestine or to do this stuff. So I think when they say peace and safety, sudden destruction, I think that's coming. I think there's going to be sudden destruction or some sudden event that's going to lead to the rapture. Maybe when they're calling for peace and safety, he's gonna end up dead or they're gonna kill him. Because in Left Behind, there was in Left Behind, that day happened, and then there was a massive explosion or a massive hit that hit a building in New York City, and then out of that came the Secretary General Nikolai Kropathy and Left Behind. So he took in the Left Behind movie, the first one, the city got hit, like a nuke or some kind of like bomb hit it, and there's a massive explosion. You're in the movie, there was an explosion or something that hit the building. Okay, I'm not saying that's the case, but something, right? And and then out of that came the person that was going to fix everything, right? Out of that came the Antichrist onto the world stage to fix it all. But it's the interesting thing is this actually happened after the rapture. People disappeared, and then an explosion hit. Okay, so look, I'm not saying that's the kind of concept, but I think it either it occurred before or after. I think it occurred after, because everybody's panicking, all the flights and everybody's panicking. All the flights and everything gets shut down. The airports get shut down. People can't get on their planes. The whole world gets shut down, like COVID, and everything. And something happens, right? So that's the whole point, right? The people are getting ready to board planes, and then all of a sudden, all the flights get stopped. Like at that exact moment, the rapture occurs. And then people are going nuts. Okay, so and then there's a big explosion. So when they say peace and safety, sudden destruction, maybe September 23rd and 24th, maybe, maybe they kill Trump, which they've already tried. They tried twice. Wouldn't surprise me if they do it again. It wouldn't surprise me if they try to do it again. It wouldn't. This time with a nuke or a bomb or some kind of explosion, some kind of event that will bring the rapture in, the last Trump, whatever the last Trump is, and something will happen to him. They'll try to kill him because he's holding back them from recognizing a Palestinian state or being able to get this done at the United Nations. He's holding back the ability for them to be able to get these people together to divide Israel and recognize a Palestinian state. The leaders, these world leaders, they can't get all the leaders together until he's out of the way or something happens or the restrainers removed. But uh, Trump, there has to be 10 kings. There has to be 10 kings that have to come in, and they have to be gathered in this conference or this big meeting, this big room, uh, to uh, to vote on the dividing of Israel and a Palestinian state, and possibly a 7-year covenant, or they vote on a Palestinian state and dividing Israel, and then there's a massive explosion or some kind of war breaks out or some kind of big event happens like 9/11, like stuff gets hit, things get hit, okay, and it causes a massive panic, kind of like September 11th, 2001. But I'm not saying that's the case. Some people think there's going to be a 9/11 event that's going to usher in chaos in the world, okay? Because right now, things are kind of sort of peaceful, but when you look at it, Trump's a problem for a lot of people, a lot of world leaders and a lot of countries, and a lot of groups that want him dead. So you got to look at it right. He's got a target on his head. I don't know if Trump's going to live long enough to be able to be president, because he's got some issues, or they're going to kill him. I'm thinking they're going to kill him. I don't, he might go out at 80 years old, but I'm thinking they're going to kill him because he's getting in the way of what they're doing, unless he's the prophesied beast, and he's going to, get this done on the 23rd of September. Okay, but I don't think so, because there's a lot of big people that hate Trump. There was a interview back in 2020 from George Soros saying that Trump will no longer be a problem. We're going to eliminate him. If Trump wins again, it's going to be a threat. Threatened to get rid of Trump after 2020. And he was a problem. Davos said that they don't. Davos really, the Davos World Economic Forum said that Trump's a problem and it's a threat against the elites and the powers that be. The groups, the people that certain places have said that Trump is a threat and a problem to certain things. They said if Trump gets back into power, it's going to threaten. It's going to cause a threat to the world. It's going to cause a lot of problems. If he wins again. So they said, if he wins again, he's going to be a threat, right? So I don't know, but I do know that he revoked I know that he denied that visa to him. The Bible says that in the very end times, or in the final end moments, right? Or let's just say leading up to Revelation, there will be 10 kings that will come. There will be 10 kings that will be involved with this stuff, and they will bring in Antichrist. Antichrist will give these kings power for 1 hour, and something will happen. It says there has to be, there are 10 kings that give their power to the Antichrist, and for him to do what he does. That will come in. There will be 10 kings, maybe 10 nations, 10 world leaders, I don't know, that will gather together to do this, that will officially bring the Antichrist on the world stage, or bring the Antichrist into stuff, for him to do this. Maybe a 7-year peace deal. Maybe that's when destruction comes. Maybe he brings war. I'm not sure. But there will be 10 world leaders, 10 nations, 10 kings that will come in and they will do this. And they will do it before the man of lawlessness is revealed, or the Antichrist. But they can't do it as long as the restrainer's holding stuff back and the beast system has been delayed, or the beast system has been stopped, or it's been pushed back. Okay? Along with their plan to divide Israel, recognize a Palestinian state, has also kind of been delayed. This meeting's been delayed, or this thing they're doing in September, recognize a Palestinian state, it's been delayed, or there's some complications. Something's going on there. But it says this will still happen. You can't stop it, but it can like delay it or push it back. But it says there'll be 10 kings. They'll eventually recognize a Palestinian state. They will divide Israel, and they will give their power to the Antichrist. And he will probably bring war. Hence, coming out of that, a 7-year peace deal. He'll bring war that will bring all the nations to their knees, including Israel. Which then they have to agree to a peace covenant to rebuild the third temple, to get the ability to rebuild the third temple, or to get the ability to have a time of peace to go and rebuild the temple, the third temple. More than likely that the Antichrist will come in, divide Israel, recognize a Palestinian state, or he will try to divide Israel. Something will happen. There'll be war, and there'll be war, like sudden destruction or something will happen, and he will, and out of that will come the 7-year peace deal, which will more than likely, when sudden destruction comes, we're gone. If war comes to this world, out of this, we're gone. Or some kind of massive event happens. If Trump dies, I think we're gone too. But see, that's the thing. If they kill him. Or if war or something. I don't know if they're going to sign a 7-year covenant at the United Nations conference yet. But yes, I think they're going to work on trying to divide Israel and recognize a Palestinian state. But I don't see that working out. So they're going to have to start some kind of war to bring out of that a 7-year peace deal to get the nations to agree. Because I don't think they're going to agree, including the United Nations. Probably get rid of Trump, I don't know. Start some kind of war or chaos to get this deal to work in the future. Getting Israel to, getting Israel to work out, getting Israel to come to some kind of agreement. They're going to start some kind of war. because a lot of the nations and countries aren't going to agree with this, including Israel. Israel will never agree with this. Bibi's already said that he will never, he's not for a two-state solution or a Palestinian state, and Israel will never agree to this, and they're not going to do it. They're going to continue to take most of Gaza while they don't want that, and everything. Or the Israelis want to take over they want to take most of their territory back, and they want it to be primarily their country. They want it to primarily be their state. In other words, they're taking back most of the land they're taking back most of the land and most of the stuff that was stolen from them by the Palestinians and Hamas, right? What they don't want, that's not what they want. So when you look at it, the military, they're saying the military could come in and control the Gaza Strip. Maybe the United Nations, I'm not sure. Depending on what comes out of this September 23rd meeting, it depends. But yeah. But when you look at it, it's not looking great right now with what Trump did. We'll have to see come the 23rd. But he angered a lot of people. Trump again angered a lot of people again behind the scenes with what he did last night or the night before when he did what he did with the visa, and he denied the ability for this dude to be at the United Nations in New York. He again angered and pissed off a lot of other countries and world leaders, that's for sure. And I think they're planning to kill him because the guy that shot those people in Minneapolis, Minnesota, that day at that Catholic Mass or that Catholic gathering, he put on his weapon, "Kill Donald Trump." And it had to do with BlackRock and Thomas Matthew Crooks. The guy that tried to assassinate Trump on July 13th, he was behind BlackRock. So yeah, people understand, man. There are so many people out there that hate Trump, so many world leaders that despise him, so many countries that hate his guts, and there's so many people that want him dead. Would it really surprise me at all if they tried to kill him? No, it wouldn't. They don't like him. There are so many people, and so many people, and the powers that be hate him. There are so many individuals, so many countries, so many groups, so many different things out there that want Trump dead. They want to see him dead in a coffin. They want to see him dead in his own grave. Okay, they want Trump dead. There's so many people out there that want to see Donald Trump killed. And YouTube, I'm not going to use the stupid YouTube term unalive. Okay, that's dumb. All right, I'm not politically correct here. Yes, okay, I'm not monetized. I don't care. Okay, but they want him dead. They do. Okay, they want our president dead. Why do you think they sent 2 shooters after him to kill him? You gotta look at it like this, man. I don't like Trump. I don't agree with everything he does, but I think he's better than other candidates, that's for sure. Okay? And stuff when you look at it. But there's so many individuals out there that want him dead that would it surprise me if they tried to kill him? No, not really. He's pissed off a lot of individuals. Even he pissed off a lot of individuals. Even like after he got back into office, he pissed off a lot of individuals. He did a lot of things, including I think he did stuff with NATO and some other stuff. I don't know. Look, they don't like him. They don't like him. They don't like Trump. They sent 2 people to kill him. So, would it really surprise me if they tried to kill him again? No, it really wouldn't. He might be dead by the end of September or close to September. They might kill him. This United Nations conference might be a setup that he goes to, and then, there's an explosion that hits the building in New York City, or there's some kind of big, and I hope to God not, but, there might be a setup, and he might go there, and, there might be some kind of big event where the world gets nuked, or like, there's some kind of like strike, or like, something hits the building and kills him, right? Something happens. Might be a setup for Trump's death. We don't know, but I'm just saying, for instance, like, they might try to kill him. They might try to kill him. Not saying that's the case, but they might. I don't know. I know I can't take this world much more, man. I hope we're going to be out of here soon. I really do. But you have a 22nd, you have a 23rd. I just don't know, man. I just don't know. But, New York could get hit like 9/11. A big event could happen. This time it could happen to Trump. Kind of interesting how Trump lived in New York City, Trump Towers in New York City. Trump was a big, New York loved Trump. New York was, he was a big icon in New York. And the United Nations is in New York City. And being so influential that Donald Trump, a New Yorker, is going to the United Nations in New York City. Kind of interesting how those pieces are put together, and how they might, and how New York got bombed, and how New York City got hit in September 11th, 2001. The Twin Towers got, the Twin Towers were bombed, or they crashed into the Twin Towers. There was a massive event, an explosion that hit the Twin Towers on September 11th, 2001. Wouldn't it be interesting if there's another chaotic, massive event in New York City on the 23rd of September? That there's another explosion or chaotic event that sets off a world war. That sets off a war that happens in New York. Wouldn't it be interesting if they create another event, that another event happens around Donald Trump in New York City? Like 9/11. A lot of people are saying that could happen. Wouldn't it be interesting? Because Trump has all these connections to New York, that they would create another big event, that they would cause another big event like 9/11 to happen around the same day Trump goes to the United Nations on the 23rd of September, and that leads to the rapture. And then out of that comes the Antichrist to bring order out of chaos, to fix everything, to fix the problem. Wouldn't it be interesting if they bombed the building, or they caused a massive event or explosion to happen on that day, the same day Trump goes to the UN in New York City? Would be really interesting, especially after he messed up the ability for the... But I've thought about that. Trump, there's so many connections to New York, on top of Trump going to the United Nations, on top of Donald Trump being a New Yorker, on top of Trump Tower being in New York City, on top of Trump being a big icon in New York. What if all of a sudden they planned an event to kill one of the biggest icons in New York City with another September 11th, 2001 attack? What if they have another 9/11 event that kills Trump? There's a massive explosion, and then there come, the 23rd, or what if the rapture occurs on the 23rd before that day, and then a massive explosion hits the world after everything and then there's chaos, and the president's dead? Would be very interesting, and I have thought about that, because Kirk Cameron, 2000 Kirk Cameron movie, it showed the 2000 Kirk Cameron movie. I think it was after the rapture. I think it showed the building on fire, or an explosion that hit the building. There was this big explosion, and the building was on fire, and something happened. And out of that came the chaos that they needed to bring the Antichrist onto the stage to fix everything. It showed an explosion that hit it showed that a big explosion hit this building and set it on fire. And then Secretary General of the UN, Nikolai Carpathia, came on to showed up on the news, and he was talking about saying the president's dead. The president's dead, and now I'm in charge. It's an unfortunate event. Now I'm the one that's taking over, and they're asking him questions about what's going on, but the president's dead. Talks about the president being dead. It does. And this building gets hit. It's either nuked, or there's an explosion, or something happens. But it looks like it's in New York City. It looks exactly, the building looks like it's in New York. At the same time he comes on, at the same time Carpathia, the Secretary General, shows up on the news and left behind. It does. It talks about the president being dead. So it's kind of interesting. It is. And then they gather. Then everybody gathers together to fight the New World Order, or the globalists. The people that the global community. And then he starts a war. he starts a world war. So, kind of interesting how it says the president was killed or dead, and it shows this building having been attacked or an explosion or something. It shows this building on fire like it got hit, like 9/11. Like 9/11, like September 11th, 2001, you know, the day the Twin Towers got bombed. And it's kind of interesting how all this stuff on Trump, all these things around Donald Trump is in New York, and he has a lot of significance to New York, and New York makes sense. Not to mention the United Nations is in New York. You know, he's a New Yorker. It would be very interesting if all these things that revolve around New York would be the day that they launch an attack to kill him. It would be the day that they hit that the building gets hit and he dies. They kill him, and that's it. And then out of chaos comes the exact thing they need to bring the Antichrist in. I'm not saying that, but think about it. Wouldn't it be the perfect? Wouldn't it be the perfect event or the right day for something tragic to happen or something crazy to happen, some chaotic event? Wouldn't it be interesting for that day where everything's peaceful to all of a sudden turn to chaos, sudden destruction? You know, it would make a lot of sense. It really would. When everybody's just going about their day normally, doing whatever, and then all of a sudden all of a sudden they turn on the news and something tragic happens like 9/11. People didn't expect 2001 to happen, so they're probably not thinking people are going to expect what's going to happen on the 23rd. But they're not expecting people to think that there's going to be some chaotic event or explosion. They're not. What if that is the day that New York gets hit and the president's killed? Because it says the president was killed in the movie. So, think about it. They hate Trump that much that September, and we are in September. 9/11 was on September 11th. September 23rd, United Nations Conference meeting. Donald Trump having all these ties to New York. Would make perfect sense that they would launch another attack on September to kill the president, to kill Trump, to get him out of the way, to have another planned attack. Because a lot of people think that September 11th, 2001 was an inside job. It was basically, it just like the Kennedy assassination, people believe that September 11th, 2001 was planned by our government to bring about the New World Order in control of the whole world, to bring about the Antichrist, the future Antichrist system, and this leader that will control the masses, but will promise peace out of chaos. People believe our government created 9/11 to bring about a new world, recreated from the old system. They believe that 9/11 was an event and an excuse for them to go to war and for them to create a whole new system, right? They use 9/11 as an excuse to bring order out of chaos, to bring about this new world order system, or to bring about full power and control. 9/11 was the catalyst that allowed the full takeover, that allowed that allowed our government to take over and control people. So let's say, like, oh, Trump is the only one standing in their way. What if they kill him on that day? What if there's another tragic event like 9/11 that happens, that they set up and plan to take him out when he goes to the United Nations on that day, and then out of that allows them to bring the Antichrist in, whether he's from the UN or from somewhere else, to now have control, to now say that I'm the one in power and control, and I'm coming to fix this stuff, fix this mess, and promise peace. The Secretary General, at least in Left Behind, it says he was the Secretary General of the United Nations. What if, that's the catalyst? So, I'm not saying that's the case, but, we had another big event. We had a big event in 2001. What if they're setting up another 9/11 event to kill the President of the United States because they don't like him? What if the building gets hit? What if it's like another 9/11 event and the building gets hit that day, and then we're gone with the rapture? They kill the president. And before the Antichrist can come on the world stage and prevent himself as a lawless one, we're out. Before the lawless one can be revealed, the rapture occurs. So, yeah. I've thought about that. I have. Like, it would be interesting. But it would give them it would be the perfect time and the right moment to make to have a 9/11 event occur again on September 23rd, the day Trump goes to the UN. And they kill him. And then they can bring that person in to fix everything. And then the rapture occurs, and then they say, oh, it was a deception, the disappearances, aliens did it, kind of like Rise of the Antichrist, where it's like, don't believe whatever you're told, right? Don't, so that's what I'm trying to say. So, I don't know. What a lot of people think that a 9/11 event will happen, and the fact that it's in New York is the perfect timing to do something like that again. The fact that it's going to be in New York is the exact day, and it makes perfect sense that would happen again. And I hope not, but it would. But I think they might try that. But yeah, it's in New York, and Trump has a lot of connections to New York, and just makes a lot of sense that they try to kill the president by hitting the building or launching an attack or a missile or something or a nuke or something. Some big event hits New York City. Okay? Does anybody remember Terminator 2 Judgment Day? Do you remember when in the movie Sarah Connor, she's trying to warn people about what's happening, and all of a sudden you see this big giant city getting nuked, and there's this big explosion that comes over the city, and everybody gets desolated. Everybody gets desolated and destroyed, and their skin tears off their body, and there's this big massive explosion. It looks like New York to me. I don't know, but it's some kind of city. But yeah, there's this big bomb or big nuclear explosion or something that comes over New York, or the city in the movie, and she trying to warn people what she saw, right? But it shows a mushroom cloud and a nuclear explosion or some kind of big explosion that comes over the city, and it spreads to the whole world, or it spreads across the world, it spreads across certain places. It completely just kills, just destroys people, and the whole entire place is engulfed in fire, and something happens. So, am I saying that's the case? No, but I do wonder. Because, see, it does look like New York. It looks like New York gets nuked. And a lot of people are saying on September 23rd and 24th, when they say peace and safety, sudden destruction, and there's an explosion, or a nuke or a bomb or something goes off, killing either the president or some kind of disaster comes over the city. And it's pretty interesting that it's New York, of all the places. It's pretty interesting that it's New York of all the places, and stuff happening in New York City. It's pretty interesting that it's New York City of all places happening on September 23rd. And we know the history behind New York. We do. Well, maybe people weren't alive to see that, but we know the history. We know 9/11 happened on 2001. We know 9/11 happened on September. Not only that, but we have September 11th coming up. September 11th coming up in about a week. Okay? September 11th. The anniversary of 9/11. We do. Wouldn't it be interesting, to say the slightest, that something happened on the 23rd of September in New York City, especially because it's in New York City? It's just ironic to me that this is being held in New York City, and we know about 9/11, and it's September. Putting the pieces together, it would be interesting to think about the fact that there could be another 9/11 chaotic event that will, cause the world to go into chaos, and then out of that they're able to bring the person in to bring peace and to solve everything, right? To calm the masses down, to bring in this new system. It would make perfect sense that they would do this, right? But I don't know. I have thought about that. You kind of got to put you kind of got to see beyond. You got to put the puzzle. You got to put the pieces together. You got to put the puzzle pieces together, man. Got to put the pieces together that they don't tell you. And that is, using basic comprehension skills or using basic perspectives. Donald Trump was on The Apprentice. The Apprentice was in New York. Trump Tower's in New York. New Yorkers love Trump. Trump's really big in New York. Trump owns a lot of real estate in New York. Donald Trump is a big New Yorker. Donald Trump's home is New York City. He lives in New York. Trump went down the Golden Escalator in 2016 in New York City from Trump Tower. Look, if you think about it here a minute, 9/11 happened in New York City on September 11, 2001. All right. September 23, Trump goes to the United Nations. New York City had 9/11. There's a possibility But yeah, it's just something to think about, when it comes to it. I don't know. I don't know. But the fact that, 9/11 was connected to New York and Trump's going to the United Nations on September 23rd, and it's in New York, that's pretty interesting, you have to admit. And the Left Behind movies talked about some kind of explosion or something got hit, and then they said the president was dead or the president was killed. And it was, people were saying it was tragic, so I don't know. Pretty tragic what happened on 9/11. So you have to look at it from that standpoint. But yeah, just my theory, just what I think. But it's going to be really interesting to see what's going to happen on the 23rd of September with what has. It's going to be pretty interesting to see what's going to happen on the 23rd of September with what has occurred. with what has occurred, with what has occurred with Trump, stopping Syrian leader Mohammed Abbas from going to the United Nations on the 23rd of September, and with the visa. So that's going to be really interesting. See where that goes. But yeah, I'm going to be looking more into that. I'm going to be looking more into this thing, this stuff, and the United Nations and New York stuff in the coming weeks, and probably more than likely what's going on with Gaza, because there's some big things going on with Gaza. Donald Trump said he wanted to end the war in Gaza in 3 weeks, so we'll see where that goes. I'm going to see what's going on with stuff here. Let's see. My internet's messed up again. So yeah, if you haven't seen this interview, this is the interview that France to be ready by March 2026 for up to 50,000 war casualties. Oh wow, yeesh. Okay, let's. I want to see what's going on with the news. Trump's major health red flag won't go away. Okay, let's see. Okay. This ticket includes all 4 events: Monday, September 15th, September 22nd, September 29th, and October 6th. Your ticket is non-transferable and non-refundable. You're warmly invited to a series of 4 lectures by Peter Thiel addressing the topic of the biblical Antichrist. Peter is a technological entrepreneur and investor who has spent most of his career writing and speaking about how his Christian faith informs his understanding of the world. Your remarks will be anchored on science, technology, and will comment on the theology, history, literature, and politics of the Antichrist. Religious thinkers upon whom Peter will draw include Rene Girard, Francis Bacon, Jonathan Swift, Carl Schmitt, and John Henry Neiman. These lectures are off the record. The lectures are designed as a cohesive series, with each session building on the last to support continuality and community. Tickets are only available for the 4-part program. Did y'all see Peter Thiel, a Palantir, the dude that collects all the global data? Holding sessions on the Antichrist, sessions of course. These lectures are off the record. Yeah, that thing about Peter Thiel holding a lecture, that was kind of interesting. Border incident at the DMZ. According to Giannis, around 30 North Korean soldiers briefly exceeded the border. The South Korean military reacted with warning shots. This entire world is getting ready to go to war. It's total cuckoo town. Regardless of big distraction. It's getting real. Where will Antichrist dwell? According to Daniel 11:43. They will force a 2-state solution on Israel. This is starting to get nuts. Foreign Ministerial Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, which groups 57 Arab and Muslim countries, called on Monday for the adoption of all possible legal and effective measures to prosecute Israel and prevent it from continuing its crimes against the Palestinian people. A 21 extraordinary session the 21st extraordinary session of the Council of OIC Foreign Ministers, which included in Judea underlined the need for coordinated action to suspend Israel's membership in the United Nations. Also, watch this E1 settlement. This is exactly where the Antichrist is going to set up shop. What is going on with my network? Yeah. Okay, alright. Israeli settlements build a Palestinian area. Israel and Jordan. Interesting. Alternative transportation routes and communities at risk of forcible transfer. Just east of the June 4th, 1967 line so that he can keep an eye on the Temple Mount. Iran is prepared for another war with Israel. Response will be even stronger. FM Argati warned. Jeremiah 49 prophecy could be unfolding soon. Israeli media reports that Turkish fighter jets entered Syrian airspace and sent warning signals to Israeli jets. Turkey to base S-400 air defense system in Syria despite Israeli bombings. This could be part of Israel going up to Damascus. Israel will not play around. Israeli Channel 12. The Israeli army will begin recruiting 60,000 reserve soldiers tomorrow in preparation for continued fighting in Gaza. 5 reservoir brigades comprising 15,000 soldiers will initially be called up. Reservists will be deployed along the border of Lebanon and Syria. So they're going to try to force Israel to a two-state solution. There very well might be a war that will do that. Yeah, something big is going to happen on September 23rd in New York City. I wonder about that. Suspend Israel's UN membership. That's interesting. Yeah, something's going to go down with the 23rd of September, especially after what Trump did with the visa. 23rd. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting what's going to happen in New York on September 23rd. I am interested to wonder what's going to do, where things are going to go with that. Let's see. Macron is really stepping up lately. So Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia versus Macron, and now he's discussing when it's coming to Temple Mount, the takeaway from who controls the Temple Mount, the Jordanian WAQF. Yeah. A lot of people think Macron is the Antichrist, man. I just spoken to His Majesty King Abdullah II of Jordan and with President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi of Egypt. We share the same conviction. The military offensive in Gaza is can only lead to disaster for both peoples and risk plunging the entire region into a cycle of permanent war. We believe that only the following course of action can bring this conflict to an end: the establishment of a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, the release of all hostages, the large-scale delivery of humanitarian assistance to the people of Gaza, the disarmament of Hamas, and the strengthening of Palestinian Authority in Gaza. To achieve this, together with Egypt, Jordan, and all our regional and international partners, we must deploy an international stabilization mission to Gaza. Works toward a political solution that fulfills the aspirations of both peoples, Israeli and Palestinian. France will co-chair alongside Saudi Arabia the conference on the two-state solution in New York this September in order to advance this path. Yeah, I don't see that working out very well with France and Saudi Arabia, is what happened a couple of days ago. Mohammed Abbas being not able to show up to New York. This is an incredible way forward for them as the hostages for Israelis and for Palestinians alike. Israeli Minister for Strategic Affairs Ron Dermer met today in Paris with senior Qatari officials to discuss the Gaza hostage and ceasefire deal, according to Israeli officials. Live Matters meeting took place today as a response gave a positive response to a new proposal put forward by Egypt and Qatar for a deal that includes the release of 10 live hostages and 18 deceased hostages in exchange for a 60-day ceasefire and the release of Palestinian prisoners. Hamas' response was delivered to Israel by the mediators, but so far Israel has not responded directly and has publicly stated that it is interested in a comprehensive deal for the release of all the hostages. Yeah, man. Stuff is getting crazy. Alright. Okay, so this is Times of Israel. It says Egypt urges Israel to respond to Hamas accepted Gaza truce outline. Damn it. Okay, so this was on August 20th. It says Egyptian Foreign Minister Badr Abdelhadi stresses the importance of Israel responding to the Arab mediators' ceasefire proposal accepted by Hamas on Monday during a phone call with U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff earlier today, according to an Egyptian readout. Israel had yet to respond to the phased hostage release proposal, which is nearly identical to the one crafted by Witkoff in May, and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu hasn't even announced the convening of a security cabinet meeting to discuss it, as Jerusalem appears intent on advancing plan to take over Gaza, asserting that it will only agree to end the war if Hamas releases all of the hostages at once and agrees to Israel's surrender terms. The call with Witkoff Abdelhadi updated the U.S. envoy on the latest developments of ceasefire talks, stressing the need to seize the current opportunity to bring about an end to the war. Yeah, we're not going to be here much longer. Oh boy. Military on high alert. General issues dire warning. What? Hmm.
Hey, babe.
What?
Can you come to the door, please?
I want to see what's going on with this image of Trump on Truth Social. See this thing about nothing can stop. The world cannot stop. Nothing can stop what the world is coming. I want to see this. This freaking network, man.
Demons are passed out.
Kicking off in Chicago right under our noses.
We're going to defend our democracy in the city of Chicago. We're going to protect the humanity of every single person in the city of Chicago. And we got the baddest freaking labor movement in the city of Chicago, birthed right here. We're going to take this fight across America, but we got to defend the home front first. And the best way we defend the home front is to make sure that every single worker has a livable wage. That's why we abolished the sub-minimum wage in Chicago for brown and black women. They get raises on top of their tips. This is the city of Chicago, where we have given paid time off for over 1 million workers, 10 days off, the biggest city in America to ever do it. This is the labor movement, you all. On pace to build more affordable units, a teacher's contract that protects black women, a teacher's contract that protects the LGBTQIA community, the teacher contract that protects immigrants. This is the
Always about race,
city
dude.
in the world. We're shut
Always about race.
Now look, there are some people that have doubts in the labor movement. There are some people who believe that we don't have the power to beat authoritarianism. But I'm also a history teacher as well. We have stood up for the interests of workers before, and we will do it again. And no matter what comes from the White House, Chicago will always be a labor town. Are you with me, Chicago? Now finally, we have seen this president shift the largest concentration of wealth into the hands of the few. Justice Brandeis made it very clear. He said,
they are rallying the troops here in Chicago. At some point, I will be at the rally. Again, my car is down and I had some situation to deal with this morning, so I'm running kind of late. But people, I feel it. This test city of Chicago might implode and explode at any given time. What a choreographed bunch of crap. That's my mayor. That's my mayor. I just did a video on him a few days ago. And guess who?
Oh my god, with this network problem, dude.
That's my mayor. I just did a video on him a few days ago. And guess who?
Hey, what's up, God's chosen one, God's divine one? God put a burden on my heart today, and I want you to pay attention. Listen, every day God wants to speak to us, but there's many times that we get so distracted in our mind, so distracted with the things that are going on, that we ignore the voice of God. I want you to know this. Don't ignore this message because it could change everything in your life. In a moment, the blessings of the Lord can be poured out in your life. In a moment, the favor of God can be poured on your life. But because so many people are distracted, so many people get lost in what they're doing, that they miss a lot of blessings from God. I want you to know this. God, his favor is upon your life. But there's some things in our lives, there's some things in our character that God wants to shape. And that's what this YouTube channel is all about. This is your first time? I want to ask you, join my channel. Join my channel for everyday spiritual food to help you run the race, to help you fight the fight of the Christian life. And if you have been following me for a while, then you know that this is full of the Holy Spirit. And it says in the Bible, don't ignore the voice of the Holy Spirit. Don't harden your heart. If God gave you breath today, you can take a deep breath. He expects you to do something with it. There are people watching this video right now that have been wasting time sitting on their gifts and ignoring the purpose that God has given them. A calling, an anointing, a purpose. But God sent me to warn you. Lazy people will be judged as wicked people. Did you know that? This is not for clickbait. No, not at all. This is straight out of the Word of God. And I'm going to show you. Lazy people, God calls them wicked people, and they will be judged. In this message, I'm going to show you just why. Jesus' parable of the talents, a historical example, and a warning from Scripture that could change your eternity. Stay with me.
Oh my God, with this network signal,
This is a prophetic message.
I'm gonna quit.
This is truth.
I'm gonna be done with this world soon one of these days, dude.
If you're ready for God to speak to you, I want you to type this into the comments. Speak to me, Lord. Speak to me. Matthew chapter 25, verses 14 through 30. This is out of the NLT version. Follow me. The kingdom of heaven can be illustrated by a man going on a long trip. We can say that that man represents God. He called his servants. Those servants represent you and me.
Pointed message to America that Donald Trump doesn't have the relationship he thinks that he has with any of these world leaders. Peter Thiel of Palantir is preparing a 4-part lecture series this month on the coming Antichrist, and it's been sold out for weeks. The United Nations is very close to reaching the 160 nation-state threshold voting requirement for officially recognizing a state of Palestine. And while all this is going on, Donald Trump is flashing QAnon symbols and promising something unstoppable that will shock the world. Now, don't get mad at me. I'm just the messenger. I'm just reporting this stuff to you. Today, we get you up to speed on all these rapidly changing end times events. But first, let's go to the Lord in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you, God, for your goodness and your mercy. We thank you, Lord, for waking us up today. We thank you for the food on the table, the clothes on our back, the roof over our head. We're glad, we're grateful. We don't take any of it for granted. And Lord, today we pray for lost souls. Alan Hardin's granddaughter, Avery. Char's granddaughter, London. New Agers, Christine, Lisa, Joe, Beata, and Paul. Megan Pepper for her 90-year-old mother, Carolyn. Danny Kelly and his family. Charmaine for Michelle. Christy Ireland for Sister Susan Meyer's daughter-in-law and son in January. And Deb, in your prayers, there's a lot going on there right now. Lori Ann. Verify that he did in fact post what I'm about to show you. And there it is. There's the post. And he posted that on his Truth Social website on August 30th. So that was 2 days ago. And he didn't create the graphic, but he reposted the graphic. So he must obviously agree with it. He must support it. He must like what he's reading here. It says the world will soon understand nothing can stop what is coming. Whatever that happens to be, I don't know. He doesn't say what's coming. You can tell that's an AI illustration of the president, and he has his hands raised. The world seems to be on fire behind him. It seems to be burning. And then if you look in his left hand, you see it has a Q and a plus symbol. And that is obviously a reference to QAnon. And let me show you this post on his Truth Social page. And there it is. Donald Trump posted this August 30th at 6 p.m. So I came across a number of people who said, you know, that's fake news. That's the Democrats who did that. Donald Trump didn't post that. Donald Trump absolutely did post that. And so he is hearkening back to the days when he was very much involved with a group called QAnon. And QAnon supposedly started back in 2017, and Q is Anon stands for anonymous, and Q is the person who does not want to reveal his identity, who supposedly has an inside track to the Trump administration, and he knows what's going on. So what he does is he makes these very cryptic posts, like that one that I just showed you, and it's supposed to be a reference to things that are going to come to pass shortly. But these things don't come to pass shortly. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me just pull up this article. Back in 2020, when Donald Trump lost the election to Joe Biden, and you may say, well, that election was stolen. Well, maybe it was, but he still lost the election to Joe Biden. However the Democrats worked that out, however it turned out that Biden was put in power, whoever put Biden in power, it really doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is that on January 21st of 2021, it was Joe Biden and not Donald Trump being sworn into the White House. So Donald Trump lost that election. So do you remember back in 2021, there was a big buzz going around saying that Donald Trump was going to overturn the election results, that Joe Biden was going to be arrested, and that he was going to be reinstalled as president on March 5th of 2021. Just raise your hand in the chat room if you remember that. And let me see if anybody remembers that. But for as long as we've been reporting on QAnon, it's been a psyop. I think it's from the CIA. And it is very much connected with Donald Trump. It is very much connected to Donald Trump. And here we are in 2025. And Donald Trump, he is president, and he has a mandate, and he has a majority, and all this stuff going on, and he is still sending these images and references to QAnon. So you have to ask yourself, why would Donald Trump still be doing that? Why would he even care? If you're the president of the United States, you are by default the most powerful man from a political perspective on the face of the earth. So why would Donald Trump even care about QAnon unless QAnon is actually the deep state, and QAnon and the deep state are the people who shot him in his right ear back in July of 2024 at the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. Now, some people agree with me on that. Many more people disagree with me on that, and that's fine. It really doesn't make a difference to me one way or the other. But everything that I have seen since I first said that back in July of 24, everything that Donald Trump has done, some people agree with me on that. Many more people disagree with me on that, and that's fine. It really doesn't make a difference to me one way or the other. But everything that I have seen since I first said that back in July of 24, everything that Donald Trump has done, everything that I have seen from his administration, makes me believe that when he got shot in the ear, that was not his life being miraculously saved by God, but when he got shot, that was the deep state, that was QAnon, that was the people who were actually in charge of this administration. Now, if you think for 1 second that Donald Trump is actually calling the shots, there's something wrong with your thinking. Donald Trump is not calling the shots. Joe Biden was not calling the shots. Barack Obama was not calling the shots. There is a group, we call this group the deep state, and they are the ones that are actually pulling the levers and pulling the strings and pushing the buttons and calling the shots. How is it that when Obama was president, we said that he was controlled by the deep state? But when Trump became president, we said America is great again, America is free again. When Biden got put into power, oh, the deep state put Biden into power. But then when Trump gets back into power, suddenly it's not the deep state and he's fighting the deep state. No, for 16 and a half years, we've been making the contention, the point, that the entire federal government is controlled by the very same people who brought down the World Trade Centers are the same people that shot Donald Trump in the ear, are the same people that put an obvious dementia patient into the White House for 4 years and used and abused his failing body, talking about Joe Biden. Look at this article from 2022. QAnon is already slithering back into the spotlight with a very willing Donald Trump looking to hook up once again for MAGA 2.0. And I did this article.
My disappearing with the rapture
Back
be
in
really
2022, showing that Donald Trump once again was affiliating himself with QAnon, and here in 2025, he is absolutely, in some way, in some form, on some level,
Howdy.
he continues
Welcome back.
to associate
Hope you
himself
guys are
with
doing well
QAnon.
today. So
Now, over the
What?
weekend, there was a big conspiracy theory Donald Trump had not been seen in about 48 hours, and on Saturday or Friday, I think it was Saturday, he had no events scheduled, and the left started a conspiracy theory rumor that Donald Trump had died, and they were trying to they were trying to cover it up that Donald Trump was dead. Donald Trump, not dead. Absolutely not dead. But he's not doing so good. He's not doing very well. His ankles are very swollen and bloated. His left hand and his right hand are bruised so badly that on a daily basis he covers both of the back of his hands with what they call pancake makeup. That's makeup that they use in movies and TV shows. When I worked in Hollywood, every time I was on camera, whether it was a commercial or a part or whatever it was, they always put this pancake makeup all over your face. And it's just to smooth everything out, to hide the bruises and bumps and blemishes. Why is Donald Trump putting that on the back of his hands? Both hands. Why are both of his ankles swollen? And he doesn't look good. He's very bloated. He plays golf and his face turns red almost immediately. He doesn't look good. He doesn't look strong. He does not look healthy. And there appears to be a little bit of a cover-up to prevent the truth about his health coming out. So let's start with this video montage that I have entitled Trump Conspiracy. It's going to talk about some things that are not true. It's going to talk about some things that are true. And it's going to talk about some things that
dude. Oh, I just want to get out of this world. I feel like I live in hell.
A more recent incident that has caught the attention of the Simpsons fans is an attack on former President Donald Trump during a rally in Pennsylvania. Social media users quickly linked a scene from the show to the unfortunate event, suggesting that the show may have foretold the occurrence. Given Trump's controversial and polarizing career, this theory gained traction with fans posting scenes they claim foretold the attack. While the prediction might have been coincidental, it underscores the show's lasting impact on public imagination. Whether there's any truth to this claim remains debatable, but the incident serves as another example of how deeply The Simpsons has embedded itself into cultural discourse. A more recent incident that has caught the attention of The Simpsons
may be true in the near future. So what I want to do on today's program, today is Labor Day. Everybody is having cookouts in the backyard and burgers and dogs and all sorts of fun stuff. And we're here with the podcast because we're all in every single day, 7 days a week. This is not a business. This is not a job. This is ministry, and we take it very, very seriously. So we're here on Labor Day, and what I really want to do today is I want to appeal to your logic and reason. And I want to talk about the true state of things that are happening in America. And let's see if we can't get some clarity in the midst of all this noise and confusion. Habakkuk says, "Behold ye among the heathen, and regard and wonder marvelously." That I may, no, I was confusing that with Genesis 49:1. Genesis 49:1 And Jacob gathered his sons together and said, "Let me tell you that which shall befall you in the last days." Habakkuk 1:5, "Behold ye among the heathen, and regard and wonder marvelously. For I will work a work in your day which you will not believe, though it be told you."
Did The Simpsons really predict the Trump shooting? What if I told you The Simpsons might have done it again?
And we're living in
On
crazy
July 13th,
times.
2024,
One of the
world
main
was
points
shaken
that I
when
want to
Donald
make
Trump survived
today
a horrifying
is I
assassination
want,
attempt.
look,
And just like clockwork, the internet lit up with wild claims. The Simpsons predicted this years ago. Sounds insane, right? Well, let's break it all down and uncover the truth, because this story is as bizarre as it gets. The viral image. What's real and what's fake? Let's start with what everyone's talking about. That viral image. You've probably seen it. Trump lying in a coffin, looking like the end had come. It's dramatic, haunting, and honestly, chilling. But here's the real kicker. It's fake. That's right. The producers of The Simpsons have officially cleared the air. They never aired a scene like that. So, no, the cartoon didn't predict Trump's death. But before you write this off as just another internet rumor, hold on, because The Simpsons have predicted some jaw-droppingly accurate events before. Trump in 2024. The Simpsons called it. Here's where things get spooky. Back in 2015, The Simpsons featured a sign with Trump's name for the 2024 presidential election. At the time, everyone scoffed. Trump again? No way. But fast forward to 2024, and here we are. Donald Trump is running for president again. Crazy, right? And if that wasn't enough, The Simpsons dropped another bombshell in the same episode. They hinted Trump might even run again in 2028. Let that sink in. These writers didn't just predict the present, they're playing the long game, so how do they do it? Is it just luck, a smart guess, or could there really be something more? Are the writers secretly time travelers? Because come on, predicting real-world political twists this accurately is no easy feat. The real story, the assassination attempt, now. Let's talk about what really happened on July 13th, 2024. Donald Trump was giving a speech when the unthinkable happened. Shots were fired. Chaos erupted. But somehow Trump survived the attack. The shooter? Thomas Matthew Crooks, a 21-year-old with explosives in his car and a history of personal grievances against Trump. It's like something straight out of a thriller movie, but this is real life. What do you think? This is where it gets wild. Is The Simpsons just insanely lucky? Or are they onto something we can't quite explain? Could their predictions be more than just coincidence? I want to hear your theories. Drop them in the comments below. Are The Simpsons time travelers? Or are they just geniuses at predicting the future? Hey, if this blew your mind, subscribe to our channel for more spine-chilling
Look, whether you agree with me or disagree with me, it doesn't make any difference. Can we at least agree upon one thing?
Stay curious.
That we are living in crazy, strange, weird, wild, off the rails, off the charts times. Can we agree on that one thing? That nothing is as it seems to be, nothing is as it used to be. Everything is up for grabs. It is like the ground underneath our feet has turned liquid, and there is no safe place to put your steps other than thy word is a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path. The King James Bible is what we stand on. And at the very least today, if I can't accomplish anything else other than this one thing to get you to see the weirdness and the strangeness of 2025, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20. It hasn't stopped. The countdown continues. Let's see what day it is. Today is, drum roll please, how many days since March 16th of 2020? 1,995 days. The countdown continues because the events have not stopped. And with that, I give you the Trump conspiracy.
Let's head to the States now, and a conspiracy theory has gone viral on social media with growing concerns over Donald Trump's health and whereabouts.
Yeah, let's go live tonight. It's US correspondent Reed Butler. Reed, people have been posting the hashtag, "Where is Trump?"
Yeah, exactly. And today we have had this update. We have seen the US president in person as he made his way out to the golf course, which isn't exactly news because he does that pretty much every weekend. But the reason everybody is talking about it is because the US president has not been seen in public for several days. And now that is unusual because normally the 79-year-old is everywhere, as we know. But these pictures prove that he is still here. People online were saying that maybe something had happened to him or he'd had a health scare. That hashtag "Where is Trump" went viral. Indeed, he has had health issues recently. He's been...
So there are the bruises they appear mostly on the back of his right hand, but quite often they are on the back of his left hand as well. And he is bloated. He doesn't look good. He is out of breath a lot. And when he makes an appearance that is very carefully orchestrated, he looks okay.
Now, the
But
biggest
when you catch
geopolitical
him
and
just like
economic
walking
event
to
in
the
the
car
world is taking
or
place right now, and
walking
the
to the
entire mainstream
helicopter,
media is
he
overly
doesn't
silent
look so good.
about it.
And
No wonder.
especially on the golf
This event
course,
heralds the
he
end of the
really
colonial
doesn't
Western
look
control of the
good.
planet.
He's been
This is all
diagnosed with a
happening
vein
at the
condition
same
that has
time
led
while we're
to
watching
swollen
this.
ankles, and he's also been
The
seen with
Shanghai-
big bruises on his hands, which he covers with makeup. But further fueling the conspiracy too was the US Vice President, J.D. Vance. He recently said in an interview that he was willing to step in and ready to step in if needed, if there was a terrible tragedy. That fueled the speculation even more.
So let's stop that right there. J.D. Vance, a couple of days ago, you know what he said? J.D. Vance said that he was ready to step in the event that something traumatic happens to Donald Trump. And let me just give you the exact quote from Newsweek magazine. Vice President J.D. Vance said this week, this is last week, he was ready to step into the Oval Office should a, quote, terrible tragedy befall President Donald Trump. As speculation about the president's health went viral, many questioned what the actual process for Vice President to assume the presidency would look like. So, if you're just tuning in, we're talking about Trump conspiracies. We're talking about things related to Trump that make you go, what is that all about? Now, obviously, he didn't die over the weekend. He didn't die last week. He is alive and fairly well, so we can take that off the table. He does have very badly swollen ankles. He does have these unexplained large patches of dark purple bruises on the back of his right hand and his left hand. And his vice president said just a week ago that if a terrible tragedy was to happen to President Trump, I'll be ready to step in as president. Who was talking about a terrible tragedy?
dude. Why am I getting such a... Why am I not getting such a good signal?
Boys, I've been going through it.
You may be at church.
Now, the biggest geopolitical and economic event in the world is taking place right now, and the entire Western media is utterly silent about it. No wonder. This event heralds the end of the colonial Western control of the planet. This is all happening at the same time as what we're watching in September. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, is having a meeting in Tianjin, China. Everybody who's anybody is there, except the U.S. from the West. Countries that make up half of the planet's population are meeting, and for some reason the U.S. and Western media are not reporting it because they don't want to. Look at how developed, beautiful Tianjin, China is. Russian President Vladimir Putin arrived for the meeting at the red carpet welcome. Now Mobi's there also. Prime Minister Mobi visited China for the first time in 7 years, meeting with the Chinese leader Xi Jinping at the SCO meeting. Let's see here. The SCO. Why does the SCO matter? Let's briefly review the salient facts. SCO was founded in Shanghai in 2001. Just 6 members, Russia, China, a few others. The same amount of Shanghai 5, which are founded in 1996 to settle the borders, but the success of the group encouraged members to be ambitious. Terrorism, separation, and extremism soon became critical areas of the focus of the group. This is where it really helped Central Asia countries be stable and prosperous. Last year, 19,000 Chinese-Europe freight trains passed through the SCO
I don't recall
countries.
that being part
There are
of
also
the
10 core members.
conversation.
Like a ring a bell there.
He kind of just
India,
inserted
Pakistan
that
joined 2007,
and said,
Iran,
well, if there
Belarus,
was a terrible
there are also
tragedy,
60
like,
countries
I
in
don't
SCO,
know,
14
an
now are part of the
assassination,
2 observer states.
I'd be ready to step
At a
in.
side meeting
Very, very,
India and SCO
very
looked at the
strange
side
thing
of
to
the
say,
meeting. President
and
Xi
there's still
emphasized the
no
historic role of
reason
Beijing
or explanation
and
for it.
Situation even more, but today, no terrible tragedy.
you see
It's
is
just been
a shift
golfing
away from
with his
America.
granddaughter, Kyla. Everyone just needs to calm down, guys.
Our government pretty much
Crisis
said
averted.
so.
Reed Butler, thank you.
Now
They do
they're
love a
pretending
conspiracy
that
theory,
they're
don't
not,
they?
but they don't know what's
You know,
going on.
Michael, California
That's why
Governor
they-
Gavin Newsom also warned
warned
about the
people,
country
warned
slipping into
people,
authoritarianism and predicted
warned us and warned us
Trump
again.
Now,
That these
before we
people
get
have
off
a
of J.D.
serial
Vance,
motive.
one thing that I wanted to
And that
say,
they're going to go and do
J.D.
something else.
Vance has
that
a
is gonna be
long-
completely different from what they're telling the people. And we've been
a
trying to warn the people,
long-established
but
professional
it's fallen on deaf
and
ears.
personal
All this stuff's
relationship
coming back.
with Peter
It's not.
Thiel from
The
Palantir.
end is not.
The two of
Man's-
them are
mankind's
buddy-buddy.
time is
In
running
fact,
out.
I would go so
These
far
people
as
do
to
not
say
have the time that they
that
think they have.
Peter
They
Thiel's
just
relationship
don't
with J.D.
understand
Vance
it or
is
realize it.
closer and stronger
All
than
right,
his
let's see,
relationship
Turkey.
with Donald
Let's
Trump
get into
is.
Verizon.
And
Another, remember we talked about the
J.D.
internet.
Vance used to
And a
work
lot of you
for
have
a
been telling me
company
your
run
internet's
by
been
Peter
going crazy.
Thiel.
Mine, you can't
J.D.
even hardly
Vance
talk
has
on
been
it right now.
financed
The internet here's been so bad, it's taken us so
Millions
many
of
hours
dollars
just to upload
have
videos.
flown into the coffers
Mysterious nationwide Verizon outage left
Vance
tens of
and
thousands across
his
the US
movement
unable to
by
send
Peter
texts or
Thiel.
make calls.
And in the
Verizon
coming
experienced
weeks,
a
we're really
nationwide
going to be
outage this
taking a
afternoon,
deep
leaving
dive
tens of thousands of
into
customers across the
exactly
United States
what's
unable
going
to
on
send texts
between
or make calls.
J.D. Vance, who
Reports of cell
says
service outage
he's
began
ready
around
to be
12 p.m.
president
Eastern
if a
time
terrible
on Saturday,
tragedy
according to the
happens to
Downtown.
Donald Trump,
There are almost
and
14
Peter
or
Thiel,
24,000 outages
who's getting
reported
ready in
cataloged
just
on the
about
site,
2 weeks
which
to
tracks
start
the
a
interruptions
four-part
of
lecture
service from
series
different companies.
on the coming
Now,
Antichrist.
countless outraged
You
customers
see
said
what
on
I
social
mean
media
about
their phones were
everything
stuck on
being
SOS mode.
abnormal?
These people ain't seen nothing yet.
There's
Just wait.
no place that
Verizon
you
has
can
said
point
it's unaware
to.
of the issue and it's
There's
apologized.
no place that
to
you
those
can
who
point
affected.
to where
Our
things
engineers are engaged and
are
we're working quickly to
normal.
identify and solve the issue.
Trump will
Check
resist
network
leaving
status
office.
page,
Listen to this.
updates. We know how many people
I don't think
rely on
Donald Trump
Verizon
wants
to
another
apologize for the
election.
inconvenience. Like I said, they ain't seen nothing.
You think for a second you want?
The most common
I
outage
have 2
locations are in
dozen
the Florida
Trump
sites.
2028 hats. His folks keep sending me.
And you think he's going to run again?
Don't give me, you don't, who spends $200 million on a ballroom at their home and then leaves the house? This is serious.
You may have just heard former White House attorney Ty Cobb say to me in the last segment, the last question I asked him, what is it that Trump has not yet done that you worry he will do? And he said, very simply, try to stop an election.
So this would be...
Now, again, how many times have we heard about Barack Obama that there were going to be no more elections after his second term, and there were. People said after 4 years of Joe Biden, which was the third term of Barack Obama, that that was it. There was going to be no more elections, and yet there was. And now people are starting to say that in 2028, Donald Trump is going to do something and there's going to be no more elections. I don't believe that. I don't see that there's any truth to that conspiracy theory, other than just people on the left trying to troll and stir up trouble.
So this would be one. We can roll through. Some of this. Trump reappeared on Monday after questions had been raised. He reappeared on Monday with the bruises on his hands again. We've seen sort of splotches of foundation rubbed over the bruises at different points too. So sometimes you see the bruising visible, and then sometimes you see the foundation like right there. If you're listening to this, it's exactly what you think it is. You've probably seen the pictures already on your own, but that's what Alex Jones is going to be reacting to here in this clip. And again, Ryan, Trump, 79 years old, probably not surprising to anybody that he might have some health complications. Let's roll Alex Jones B2.
Because you can see him declining.
All right, now here's an interesting thing. I was watching this video earlier this morning. Now, if you've heard me say anything about Alex Jones over the years on this podcast, I am not a fan of Alex Jones. He is wrong way more than he is ever right. And he is constantly going to the very edge of credibility every time he opens his mouth. However, in this clip, he is almost like he is beginning to turn against Donald Trump. I don't know if that's the case, but he has been posting a number of things lately that would lead you to believe that he is no longer a all-in supporter of Donald Trump?
Faster and faster. It's not super bad yet.
To upload another video. The plan is to upload Friday or Saturday. So this is an unexpected upload. And yesterday evening, before we went to bed, me and my wife always pray together. And I always pray for my heart, and my wife does as well. And it's quite common that I ask God to give me prophetic dreams or visions, and actually very often it does not happen. But this time it happened. And many people are talking about a rapture, a possible rapture in September. And I have asked God on the 8th of August to give me confirmation. I was fasting and praying and worshiping, and God gave me Psalm 93. And that was sort of a confirmation. It was like a yes, the rapture is going to happen in September, with a question mark behind it. Okay, I made a video about that, explained it, and Sunday, going to bed, did my prayers with my wife, and I had a dream. And it's a short dream, but it kept me awake afterwards for a long time. So I just tell you the dream, how I wrote it down with the time. I also wrote down the time when it was happening. Monday, September the 1st, 2025. The time is 0:45 a.m. I was dreaming and pouring tea. In my dream, I was making a video like I was doing now. I wasn't sure if Jesus would come and get us in September, but God had revealed to me that we were living in the days of Noah. I was recording my video and shared with the audience what I received from God, and that we are living in the days of Noah, and that a rapture in September is therefore possible. As soon as I spoke these words, I immediately felt the Holy Spirit wash over me, as it were an absolute fact that the rapture will indeed happen this month. I woke up peacefully, surprised, a bit disbelieving, but in my spirit I was convinced Jesus is coming to get us. So afterwards, there was a real shock. I felt the presence of God, and I know it's God. I know it's Him because I know Him. I know His voice. I know how He speaks to me. There was a real confirmation. I'm going to get my bride. It's happening. It's gonna happen very soon. And it might be very well September. At least in my spirit, I felt like I was convinced it's September. It's this year. He's going to get His bride. He's going to get us. He's going to rapture us, and it's going to happen. And then I tell you what happens afterwards. The time is 0:55 a.m. After I made my note on the phone, I woke my wife and said, Jesus is going to get us, or Jesus is coming to get us. She drowsily asked if we could talk about this tomorrow. I said again, Jesus is coming to get us. She sweetly takes my hand, listens, and asks if we could talk about this tomorrow. She was really tired, by the way. Twice the Holy Spirit confirmed when I said, Jesus is coming to get us. But disbelief entered my heart, and the third time the Holy Spirit stayed away. My mind and my heart, they are torn apart. I cannot describe it anything else. My mind cannot comprehend that a rapture could happen. There is disbelief in here. I don't believe it somehow. It is above what I can comprehend, what I can understand. Such a supernatural event is not what my brain can process. But my heart says something else. Where the Holy Spirit says something else. Those things are two separate things. And it reminds me of Galatians 5, verse 16 to 17. Well, this is actually about walking in the Spirit, and where the Bible tells us that the flesh and the spirit are against each other. You can look it up for yourself if you want to. All right. So afterwards, I had to process this for a while, and I was super happy, super enthusiastic about this. Like, it's really, really going to happen. And I was already imagining I have to make a video about this. If God revealed this to me, I need to warn people. So time went on. I was awake. It is now 1:36 a.m. And this is what I received from the Lord. We arrive at the final chapter like a movie. The music starts playing and you know, oh, this is the moment the bad guy is being defeated. Just like in a movie. God spoke in a way I understand well. We've truly arrived at the final chapter where Jesus is coming to get us. God's Spirit touched me and confirmed this. And it took me a long time to fall asleep afterwards.
Guys, we don't have time to play around. We really don't. I'm gonna tell you my September 23rd rapture confirmations. And they are pretty detailed, So, July 9th, I heard a voice tell me 76. And I'm like, what about 76? And I just felt in my spirit, what's 76 days from July 9th? So I looked it up. And it landed on September 23rd.
This is a
and I'm
clear
like, no way.
warning that
Like, there's
Jesus
no way I could have
is
known
coming
that was 76
soon.
days
He's going
from
to get
July
us.
9th.
I don't believe it here.
And
it is something that
I was
I've
dumbfounded.
already explained to you. But this is my message for you. If you don't believe in Christ, repent of your sin. Here comes the core of the message of the gospel. Repent of your sin. If you're still living in sin, in darkness, repent of.
They even given dates, the 23rd and the 24th. But like I heard one woman say, her channel is Little Promises. She's a prophet from God. Like she said that the rapture could happen on the 23rd or the 24th. But what if it happened right now? What if it happens before the date that these people are saying, like, are you ready? Are you ready for the rapture? Like, they keep displaying, like, one lady I seen went so far as to say she got confirmation from the Lord about the rapture for 2020, for the 23rd. And my thing is, when I hear that, I'm just like, are you ready though? Y'all giving these words, but are you ready though? You're so worried about when the date is, when the rapture is going to start. But are we ready is the question. Are you ready? So I was just sitting here and I was just like, how you know you're not ready for the rapture? And this is for all Christians. People who say they love the Lord. Because if you love him, that means you're doing what he tell you to do, right? That's what his words say. You say you love the Lord, you know the Lord, you follow the Lord. So these are just some of the things that I wrote down. But before I get to that, I wrote the appetite of one who is not ready for the rapture. The appetite of one who is not ready for the rapture. The definition of an appetite is a natural
Hi again. I made this video very short, somewhat repetitive, and 100% biblical.
Hey, here's the question. If you're paying attention to what's going on out there, that everybody is asking is this, and it simply is this: is Donald Trump the Antichrist? Right? No, seriously. Have you seen the internet ever since he got in? He's the Antichrist. And it's not just that. Then they're poking at you and I, going like, "Hey, if you voted for him, you voted for the Antichrist. He's evil. You got to do blah, blah, blah." Right? And here's the point, folks. Believe it or not, I didn't plan on this, but this is one of the major things that we deal with in our latest documentary, Global Elites and the Antichrist. We don't just expose Bill Gates and Elon Musk and Yuval Noah Harari and George Soros and King Charles, but it starts off with a major mega study on the Antichrist. And frankly, all these years of ministry is the deepest dive I've ever taken on that topic. And so coming out of that, if you want to know who the actual Antichrist is, really it's one of the most talked about figures in eschatology. Right? We have no excuse to not know. But here's my advice to you. Number one, stop watching YouTube videos. Okay? Number two, get off of social media. And number three, get back to the Bible. Right? Right? That's where we're supposed to derive our beliefs from, including about this figure called the Antichrist. And this is the problem. Many people are getting confused. They're coming up with these wild speculations, including that Trump is the Antichrist. And it ain't helping the cause, because your so-called proof, even the lost are going like, that is a joke. So why should I listen to you to the more important discussion about who is Jesus Christ? Right? So let's get back to the biblical basis. Who is the Antichrist? We're going to take a look at one passage, Revelation 13, verses 1 through 9. One of the big passages dealing with the Antichrist, Revelation 13, the beast of the sea. Of course, based on the context, the beast, of course, is the Antichrist.
Well, I just found out about this a day or two ago, and I had some more about it that I wanted to talk to you about. Don't you find it kind of convenient that Trump is speaking to the whole world on the Feast of Trumpets? You know, the whole world is gathered together in Manhattan for the United Nations General Assembly, and Trump just happens to be speaking on that day. So here's what I wanted to, show you and ask about. Why is the word Trump only in the New Testament twice and only in the rapture verses? This is 1 Thessalonians 4, starting in 15 For this we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent them which are asleep. For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God. And the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. And so shall we ever be with the Lord. Wherefore comfort one another with these words. 1 Corinthians 15:50. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. For this incorruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. You get the idea. So these are the two rapture verses. These are the two main rapture verses. Why is Trump only mentioned in these two verses? When you look at these verses in the Greek, every other time that word is translated as trumpet. But I find it interesting that Trump is speaking to the whole world on the Feast of Trumpets, and his name, the last trump, just happens to be in the rapture verses. So, there's a lot of debate right now if the rapture is in, 3+ weeks or not. And I made a video earlier and had technical problems with it, but I wanted to show on the same page that I had two comments back to back, and one said, the rapture is in September, Feast of Trumpets. And the next comment right below it said, there is no rapture, see you in October. So even if we bypass all this rapture debate, all this back and forth about who's right and if you can know and this and that and whatever, the core of prophecy should be known that Daniel's 70th week is started by a confirmation of a covenant with many, and we are entering a time where that is possible and happening. So look at this. Now, I just saw this the other day. The U.S. says it will ban the Palestinian Authority's Abbas and 80 other officials from attending the UN General Assembly. In that article, it says the unprecedented step came a month after the State Department first announced that it would pursue the policy which it now appeared to be implementing. Abbas had been planning to travel to New York for the annual high-level UN General Assembly in Manhattan. He was also set to attend a summit there hosted by France and Saudi Arabia, where Britain, France, Australia, and Canada are planning to formally recognize a Palestinian state. So I mentioned in a previous video, but it was at the tail end of a video, so I think maybe a lot of people didn't make it that far. My theory, what I believe is happening, is that the entire world is gathering. 75% of the nations, 147 countries, want to...
Oh my God, with the internet, dude. It's like God doesn't want me to do this anymore.
Get that far. My theory, what I believe is happening, is that the entire world is gathering. 75% of the nations, 147 countries, want to unilaterally declare a Palestinian state, meaning that as a world governing authority, United Nations, whatever, they want to force the Palestinian state within the borders of Israel. And dealing with the ultimate deal, Donald Trump here, the last Trump, I think that he wants to use that pressure to give them an alternative, which would be the Abraham Accords. Now, this cover that you're looking at from Manhattan Inc. is from 1985, and I thought that at one point that I read that his dream was to create peace or bring a resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian issue. So, if that's true, I've had a hard time finding that quote, but he's had a desire to do this for 40 years, if that's right. As far as I'm aware, Trump himself recently posted this to his X account. The world will soon understand nothing can stop what is coming. What does that mean? The only way that I see, that I understand, is that this man has more persuasion over the Israeli situation than anyone in the world. And he's been putting together the Abraham Accords ever since his first administration. And like I said before, I think that they're going to use the United Nations and pressure from the whole world to say, we're going to unilaterally declare a Palestinian state within your borders, whether you like it or not. And I think that Trump is going to come and offer the Abraham Accords as an alternative. And this guy is speaking on the Day of Trumpets, the day that everybody's looking for the rapture, the day that everybody's looking for all the numbers to add up, that, I've got a whole playlist of all the numbers that add up, whether it's Jubilees or whether it's day counts between Feast of Trumpets and Day of Atonement, or whether it's, all the evidence that if you're watching is there to look at. And this man is going to speak to the whole world on that day. And his name happens to be in both of the rapture verses on the day that we're looking for the rapture. So before I get into this last thing, I'll say one thing. I previously recorded this video once, and I included a screenshot of the people that one was saying the rapture is in September and one was saying that there is no rapture. And I feel like maybe the Lord was backing me out of that, because if we as watchers are coming against or being, have it brought against us, all sorts of mockery and doubt and scoffing, I think the Lord's telling me that it's not right that I just feed it right back to Him. So if I'm not being a better person by not mocking and scoffing at the mockers and scoffers, then, I'm no better than they are. But this is what I wanted to finish on, and I know that it's been brought up several times. As it was in the days of Noah, so shall it also be in the days of the Son of Man. They ate, they drank, they married wives, they were given in marriage, until the day Noah entered into the ark, and the flood came and destroyed them all. Likewise also, likewise also as it was in the days of Lot, they ate, they drank, they bought, they sold, they planted, they builded. But the same day that Lot went out of Sodom, it rained fire and brimstone from heaven and destroyed them all. And in 1 Thessalonians 5:3, where it says they'll say peace and safety, then sudden destruction, I did a study earlier and showed that the word sudden means unexpected. And that's exactly what's coming here. So look at this one thing. They love to forecast what they're doing. Here's Noah Live, which looks to be like an animated, I don't know if it's a musical or what it is, but it's only playing up until the Feast of Trumpets. How convenient. Also, if you look at Evan Almighty, the movie about Steve Carell playing Noah, it talks about the 22nd of September, midday, is when the flood is coming. So this is the last thing in Luke 21. Take heed to yourselves, lest at any time your hearts be overcharged with surfeiting, drunkenness, and cares of this life, so that the day comes upon you unawares. For as a snare shall it come on all them that dwell on the face of the earth. Watch ye therefore and pray always, that you may be accounted worthy to escape all these things that shall come to pass, and to stand before the Son of Man. How close is that day? Everything's in place. Even the confirmation of the covenant is being positioned. So watch and don't be taken unawares. Jesus is coming.
And gave them money to manage. That money represents the presence of his Holy Spirit, his anointing, the talent, the gifts, the abilities, salvation. 5 bags to one, 2 bags to another, and 1 bag to the last. Because God says he's going to give you according to your abilities. So God, listen up, is never going to give you more than you can handle. So don't make this excuse. Oh, but I can't deal with it. It's too much responsibility. I can't handle this. This is more than I ever expected. No. God's giving it 5 to 1, 2 to 1, and then 1 to 1. All according to their abilities to manage the gift and the talent and abilities that God has given them. So it's never too much pressure. It's not too much for you. It's just enough. Dividing it in portions to their abilities. The servant who received 5 and 2 bags invested them and doubled their money. So when they got saved, they received the salvation and the gift of the Holy Spirit and the purpose and their calling and their talents, and they received it with joy in their heart. And they got to work right away. They began children's church teachers, ushers at their church, going out to the local orphans.
Guys, there is a mass exodus that is happening. It's a mass exodus. It's a mass exodus. Okay, so remember the book of Exodus when Pharaoh tried to keep the Israelites? And the Lord told Pharaoh to let the Israelites go. And Pharaoh was stubborn. And the Lord allowed so many things to happen before Pharaoh finally let the Israelites go. Like, he finally took heed of the warning and let them go. But then he went back after them. And when he went back, go. Like, he finally took heed of the warning and let them go. But then he went back after them. And when he went back after them, and Moses parted the sea to let the Israelites through, I've been hearing sirens all day. When Moses let the Israelites through and the wave took Pharaoh's army out. So the Lord brought that to my attention. But what the Lord showed me was, he showed me an army of people. And then there's a ringleader. And one by one, God took each member of the army out, one by one. And the Lord saved Pharaoh for last. The Pharaoh in your life. So, back in the day, how it happened was the wave wiped out Pharaoh and his whole army. In this day and age, the way how God is doing it is he is taking out each member of the army and he is saving the ringleader for last. And that is to set an example to show the ringleader what's to come. So, how it resonates with some of you guys is, for those of you guys who have been persecuted by a group of people, you have to understand that there's different ringleaders in different groups. So the groups of people that may have afflicted you, they may not even know each other. But there may be a certain group in one area, a certain group in another area, and a certain group in another area. And each group has a ringleader. Right? So the Lord is showing the ringleaders what's to come by setting an example with the group members. So one by one, each member of that group will fall apart, will fall out, until the ringleader has no one else left. And then God is saving the ringleader for last.
I don't know what God's
Yeah,
plans
it's a mass exodus. It's very heavy. Again,
are for my future,
I've been
or
hearing
what He's
silence all
going to
day
do when the rapture
since I got
occurs.
up
But
this morning. I've just been
it's
seeing
like,
everywhere.
I always thought that God would make the rapture play out in my life for me as something
That's
big,
an emergency.
something interesting. And He would make it be some kind of big event,
And then
right?
He showed me.
So that's what I look at it like.
I kept
But I look at God as like
and then He showed me
understanding that scenario, so it's
the
like
different groups.
He would make my disappearing with the rapture be really cool. You know, that's what I think. This is like,
Some people have
that's how I
backed
look
out
at
ahead
it.
of
Like that would be
time to give the
awesome.
warning.
It's like, you know,
But
it's like
some people were very stubborn.
But I want that to be my final days on earth, if that ever happens. Like I want that to be my final days.
So I'm
You
just
know,
giving you
I
guys
want
the
that to be
warning.
what happens when the rapture does occur. If it does occur this year, I want it to be like that. That's how I want to
Instead of
go.
the wave,
I want to go
wiping out
like Left
everybody,
Behind. I do.
like in the book of
You
Exodus,
know,
God is
and
doing
stuff.
it different
But
this time.
and disappear. And you know, I disappear and all my clothes are everywhere. Like the Left Behind movie. It's like all my clothes get left behind. I find it. I would think it would be cool to like play out the Left Behind scenario. That would be really cool.
You'll hear
I
about
don't know.
sicknesses in your family.
I mean
Some
the
people
first
passed
part,
away.
not the second. The first part with the rapture.
Really sad.
Yeah, you don't want to be there for the
Some
second.
people just falling off the face of
But
the
yeah.
earth, like just not hearing from
It's
them
like it
again.
would be really cool. Like
Just disappearing.
I
Like
just thought about that. I was like,
it's really serious.
my exit from this world is going to be awesome. It's going to be amazing. I think God. I think a lot of us that are ready, that are ready for the rapture or ready for that day, are prepared. We're gonna have a really cool exit and experience from this earth. You know, we're gonna have really interesting. It's gonna be a very glorious, amazing day when the rapture occurs. It is. It's gonna be one of the best days ever. It's gonna be a day of peace. It is, you know, and no more this crap on earth. You know, but I always thought it was going to look like, I always thought that God was going to make it be an amazing event. One of his biggest events on his timeline. But I always thought the rapture I always thought God was going to make the rapture be this big, huge event where it gathers everybody. I can't wait for that day. I can't. It's going to be glorious. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be awesome. It's just going to be a great day. It is. It's going to be one of the best days ever. It's going to be really cool. It's going to be really cool how we go out on this earth. I have a feeling, and I really want to know. I really want to know how it will occur, but I won't. I won't know how it will occur. I don't know how it will occur. I won't know how the rapture occurs. I won't. I would love to know how it will occur, but I won't know. I I won't know how it will occur. You know, a lot of people have said that they've asked about September, and is it going to be, is the rapture going to be the September rapture, if there's a September rapture, is the September rapture going to be is the September rapture going to be like a physical rapture where people get taken to the air, or are we going to be snatched away? Are we just going to be snatched away and taken away in the blink of an eye? Are we just going to be immediately taken out of danger when it occurs, right? Or when something happens, and stuff. And the person said that, yeah, it's actually it's a physical rapture. It is. And we're going to be taken into the air along with the dead.
So the last week or so, probably a few weeks, I've been thinking a lot about work and people's jobs and my own line of work. And for a long, long time, I've always been one of the people that has the attitude of like, well, just stop complaining and keep grinding. But lately I've softened on that. But lately I've softened on that. A bit more. The more I look around, the more I talk to people, the more myself getting fed up with the amount of headaches and stress.
Hi everyone, it's me Bob. Thank you for coming back to my YouTube channel or my website, wherever you're watching this. I want to talk about September 23rd, 24th, 2025, coming up this month in September. I want to talk about the rapture of the church, which in my opinion will definitely happen. And it will happen, in my opinion, because of the Feast of Trumpets. It will also happen because the Antichrist, Emmanuel Macron, will be presiding over the UN meeting in New York City in reference to the two-state solution, which will also talk about many other things, including global governance and the likewise. This is going to be an exciting time for other reasons. I want to point out the fact that the fake UFO invasion, which will really be demons, the excuse they're going to use for what happened to all the millions of people will be centered around something that we are all familiar with, climate change. What happened to all those people? Where did they go? Why did they go? Well, in my opinion, the UFOs showed up because of climate change. The aliens that will come and be disguised as aliens, but they really will be demons, will tell everyone that they seeded this planet thousands of years ago. They started the human population. They started this global galactic galaxy. They were the ones that started this whole thing. and climate change and humans, well, humankind screwed up everything, and now they're back.
Human intelligence is not the pinnacle of creation.
Okay. If these other suns, stars have been around for a billion years or more longer than us, do you think it's possible that we have already been visited
Yes.
and we just missed it?
Yes, definitely. I mean, humans existed on Earth just for a few million years, and that's less than 1 part in 1,000 of the age of the Earth. And the Earth went through many major events before humans came to the scene, and who knows, maybe they were facilitated by some interstellar gardener that came and visited and introduced intelligence to Earth, for example, or something. We just don't know.
They're back, and they're here to fix everything. And the conservatives, the religious people, they will tell us for the main instigators of the mess, and that's why they took them, and they're going to be reprogrammed, reconditioned, and they will be returned at a later time. So look forward, well, don't look forward to it, because that means you'll still be here, but for those people that are still here, they're going to use the climate change excuse for everything that's going to happen after the rapture. Now, one of the big things that I've been introducing in the last week or two is this special envoy for future generations. In my opinion, and I've been watching this for a while now, they're going to use this office to either welcome or to appoint somebody that's going to be in charge of promoting this climate change, promoting the new laws that Emmanuel Macron will set up and instigate. And this special envoy for future generations will be the representative from these aliens. He will be the person that will put together this whole platform that Emmanuel Macron will come up with, and it will all be based around climate change. You can bet your bottom dollar on what I'm saying. So, the description for this special envoy, by the way, the special envoy for future generations,
people.
in case I haven't mentioned it as of now, or I know I mentioned it in other videos, is going to be
Guess
the
what I just found?
not man of sin, the false prophet.
I found something.
The false prophet. That's who this special envoy.
We all know who
the
this
UN
is,
special
don't we?
envoy for future generations. And I
This
even
man
know
right
his
here
name.
is
His
causing
name will be
quite a
Abu
stir
He's
all over the
a
world.
scientist who is promoting this
Oh
UFO
Lord, my
invasion
goodness.
stuff. He's the only one in the
If you
world
don't know who
that's
this
doing
is, this
this
is
right now. He's the only one in the
Joshua
world promoting this garbage because he is
Halakela.
trying to make
Probably
a
messed up
simple
his last name.
rock, meteor, or something
better
that's
known as
coming
Brother
from outer
Joshua.
space.
He
And he's
is
giving it
a
life.
man from South Africa,
Promoting
and
it as some kind of living
he
thing.
has, like I said, caused quite a stir all over the planet. He says that he was visited by the Lord Jesus Christ and got a message from the Lord saying that he is going to return the Feast of Trumpets 2025. Okay? Now, if you haven't watched his interview, he was on a channel on YouTube run by these two twins. They call themselves the Scent Twins. And this is where he, gave his message and made this this declaration. All right. Now I remember during his interview, he gave his introduction. He said that he is originally from Johannesburg. Johannesburg is a city in South Africa. Now, I don't know why I'm just laying here in my bed and, I'm like, you know what? let me look up some things about Johannesburg. All right. So then I look up Johannesburg. And I was like, what does Johannesburg mean? Right? The settlement was named after two officials of the Zuid-Afrikaanse Republic, I don't know, Christian Johannes Hubert and Johan Rizik, who both worked in land surveying and mapping. The two men combined the name they shared, adding Berg, the archaic Afrikaans word for fortified city. And look below, what is Johannesburg in English? Johannesburg, South Africa. City of gold. Right? And I was like, okay, that's interesting. City of gold, fortified city of gold. Some of you already probably know where I'm going with this. But anyway, then I was like, let me just look up what does city of gold. Right? And I was like, okay, that's interesting. City of gold, fortified city of gold.
Huh? Yeah, what?